All the action, all the biggest players, all in one place. Follow the action from the racetrack to the sales ring at Keeneland on closing day of the spring meet. Right place, right time, right here. Make your move at the April Selected Horses of Racing Age sale, Friday, April 25th at Keeneland. Learn more at april.keeneland.com. Welcome back to Today at Keeneland. Scott and Gabby with you on a beautiful Friday afternoon. Warmest conditions that I think that we have seen by far here at Keeneland Racecourse. 10 races ahead. Bear Double Dog Dare is the feature. But after we wrap up the show, we've got a special treat for you here at Keeneland Racecourse. Winona Judd, a country Hall of Famer and one of the most renowned country artists in the history of country music, will be performing our national anthem right here at Keeneland.
We didn't know that until we walked in today, and I was shocked at that news. So I'm a huge fan. I'm really looking forward to that.
Bear Double Dog Dare, as mentioned, is our featured race number 9. We'll be talking about that once we dig into the races here this afternoon on a very, very competitive group of horses that will be competing in that featured race with multiple Grade 1 winners, a champion 2-year-old filly, and just FYI. So we'll hold off on that, but let's go back to yesterday. And in race number 5, biggest price on the card came at the end of the early pick 4, early pick 5. Started the late pick 5 with a 26-1 upset. Surf City, Vicky Oliver for BBN Racing and Johnny V.
I knew it was going to happen at least one time this meet. It feels like it happens once every meet with Vicky Oliver and Johnny V teaming up with a big price. In the 6th race yesterday, Clicquot was very impressive. Also a Clocker Report pick, my top selection as well, this Brendan Walsh trainee. She was disappointing first time out, but she came back in a big way yesterday.
Tucson, how about this flashy son of Constitution going a mile and a half on the turf?
I did not expect this type of performance. I mean, he blew the doors off the field, and he's still learning. He was on the wrong lead, super green, long, leggy type of horse, but very talented.
And then Bregman Family Racing, which is growing, apparently.
Yes.
Alex Bregman, you sent me an Instagram post from Alex Bregman, a multiple World Series champion who plays now for the Boston Red Sox. He owns this filly, Love You Anyway. He and his wife just welcomed a new baby.
A new baby. Congratulations. Must have been a day or two ago. So congratulations to the family with their newborn, as well as a nice little win yesterday as we look at the jockey trainer standings. Brad Cox still on top with 8. Wesley Ward catching him with 7. Irad Ortiz Jr. has passed Flavien Prat. That is impressive in its own right because he has made up so much ground over the course of the past week.
Yeah, last 2 days really is where it feels like it's happened for Irad, but there's still a lot of ground to cover between now and next Friday with these 5 days of racing remaining. We've got 2 days of racing this week, today and tomorrow, and then we'll close out the spring meet with racing on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday of next week. Let's go to WKYT for today's weather.
For your Keeneland forecast today, things are looking warm but windy as you head out towards the races. Now, ladies, you might want to hold on to your hats or refrain from a hat today. We're talking about wind gusts that are getting really strong, even 30-plus miles per hour, closer towards 40-plus miles per hour. And also, you'll definitely need to hydrate. Those temperatures are going to be warm all throughout the day. It's feeling more like late May than the end of April. Either way, we've got sunshine, so enjoy your day at the races.
Temperatures pushing 80 on this Friday. I need you to go out there at some point, though, and just hold a flag so we can see which way the wind's blowing.
You know the old trick, just throw some grass in the air, but hope that it doesn't fly back in your face.
Which way are you standing?
Hold on to your hats and also wear the sunscreen because it's going to be sunny today.
John Deere track conditions, fast and firm once again this week here at Keeneland Racecourse on this day during this week of racing here at Keeneland Racecourse. Full card selections, 10 races. Download the Keeneland Race Day app if you want to stay current throughout the course of the afternoon. And in the opener, we're on the one-horse Tunisian Spring, who looks like probably is going to be the shortest price favorite of the day.
I think that's the only race that we agree in. And, yeah, the class dropper, lone speed from the inside, looks like the horse to beat. Outside of that, it is a tough, tough race. We did have some scratches we'll talk about as we get through the card. So a little bit of adjusting there in some races. But, yeah, it still remains a very competitive card. As you can see, we don't agree much.
Social media, at Keeneland on X, same on Facebook at Keeneland, and same on Instagram at Keeneland. Give FanDuel TV a follow on X at FanDuel TV, as well as at FanDuel Racing, FanDuel TV Plus app, Roku, Amazon Fire TV, Apple TV. You can catch our race day coverage over there when you're back at home on the FanDuel TV Plus app, Roku, Amazon Fire TV, Apple TV. We've talked a lot about the YouTube channel for FanDuel Racing and all the great content there. Make sure you check that out. I had an opportunity to finally get a real chance to check it out last night. If you want to recap all of the horses that have run up into this point that are Derby contenders,
they've done a great job in editing pieces together where you don't have to scramble around and go to various websites in order to look at replays and things of that nature. It's all right there for you on that YouTube channel, FanDuel Racing's YouTube channel.
Also cool, and we have a team assembled here to make content for these Derby prep races. It's been incredible, the work that has gone into producing these features. Every week we have meetings producing these features. It takes a lot of people to produce them, and all of that is on the FanDuel Racing YouTube channel as well.
The Lonnie Briley story, Cole Battle. Lonnie's got a horse running today, I believe it is. Really great story about Lonnie Briley and Norman Stable with Cole Battle. The underdog story of the year. He's not an underdog anymore because he's done so good. So, but as far as underdog at the beginning of the campaign to where he's at now, certainly one of the easiest to root for in relation to the Derby. All right, let's get to our feature. Grade 3 Baird Double Dog Dare. Just FYI, she's 7-2 on the morning line. Champion 2-year-old filly from 2023. Dual Grade 1 winner. You've got Tarifa. You've got Candide, who's a Grade 1 winner here at Keeneland. Occult for Chad Brown. This is the deepest Baird Double Dog Dare that we have seen in years, in my opinion, here today.
It's very, very nice. As you mentioned, Grade 1 winners, Grade 1 placed runners in here. Now, Candide, she is, I think, the deserved favorite. However, the 1.16 on the main track here at Keeneland could pose as a bit of an issue. We saw that be an issue when she ran in the Ashland tier going the 1.16, and that still had a fast pace that day. She just has that slow to develop running style. She's so far back. She has so much ground to make up. Sometimes that's not always the type of running style that you want at this distance.
I end up going to Tarifa for Godolphin, a Bernardini filly for Brad Cox. She's the number 5 horse in here. Recently ran at Santa Anita in the Grade 1 Beholder Mile. She won the Mother Goose last year. She was runner-up in the Fall City at Churchill Downs in her final start in 2024. But this is her comeback race. She's chasing a quick pace, as you're going to get in a mile race at Santa Anita, and she's beaten by Cavalieri and Ritchie, 2 really nice fillies out on the West Coast. This was her first start since November, so I think that she can build off of this and show a little bit more speed, because I can't imagine that the pace will be as quick as what we saw at Santa Anita. Maybe it is. I don't know. But 46 and change, I don't anticipate seeing that. You don't know how it's going to play out. We're predicting, trying to really guess how it's going to pan out. But I think that Tarifa having that race under her belt versus some of these other fillies coming off of layoffs is going to be a crucial part in her winning today's featured race. So I'll take the Godolphin filly, Tarifa. Candide underneath. She comes into this race off of a 5-month layoff. Hasn't been seen since the Breeders' Cup Distaff. The last time we saw her here at Keeneland, she was also coming off of a bit of a layoff. In fact, she's come off of layoffs every time that she's raced here at Keeneland. And she did win the Darley Alcibiades in the Spinsters, August, October. So not 4 months-ish. But nonetheless, she is a very, very good filly for Bobby Flay and the Clips Thoroughbred Partners, and we know that she can win here, but I do agree with you on the 1.16 distance for this filly, that first wire finish, and then Occult on the outside for Alpha Delta Stables. We've seen her in the Spinster run second to Idiomatic. She was second in the Gopher Wand at Aqueduct. She's also coming off a layoff. So this, as deep as this field is, the most difficult thing is figuring out who's ready off of these layoffs that these fillies are coming into the springtime off of to really start to get geared up for races, obviously here in the spring, but then on into the summer and the fall.
Yes, I think that if you are going to try to beat horses like Candide, it's because of the distance and probably because of the layoff. That was kind of my take on this race. I think she's incredibly talented, but she might just get going a little bit too late. I know the 7 Occult is probably, when you look at her past performances, she might be equally as slow early as Candide, but I actually think she might be a little bit sharper off the layoff. We'll take you back to her race in December in the Grade 3 Gopher Wand. Yes, she was the beaten favorite in this race, but I think she wants to go a little bit farther than a mile. When you look at her races, I think kind of the one-turn mile configuration at Aqueduct isn't really her type of game. The winner of this race obviously had a little bit better of an earlier position there. Tizzy in the Sky would come back to win in the next race, and I just think she can take a big step forward from that last effort now coming here to Keeneland. She was second, as you mentioned, in the Spinster to Idiomatic, and I think she's got a little bit more class and talent than maybe people think. She's 7-2 on the morning line, so I went in that direction. I'm hoping that she she can kind of get out of the gate and establish somewhat of a forward position. I hope that she's more forward than Candide in this race. And then Candide, of course, second in here. The horse that I didn't really know what to do with, and I assume you didn't either, just FYI, she could be the controlling speed, but I don't love her last two races, especially her race 2 starts back. I mean, I know it was in the Acorn. That was a tough race. She came back against Allowance Company, but wasn't she kind of supposed to win that race last time out? She set a slow pace going the mile.
But also, listen, yes, she is, because she's a champion 2-year-old filly and a multiple Grade 1 winner. 1-turn mile, I know she won the Facet going a 1-turn mile. The pace was wickedly quick, and she too was coming off of a pretty lengthy layoff. So she might be able to build off of that. And if Junior can control this race from the inside, which looks like he should be able to, she's a danger. I mean, I'm using her in a late pick 4. I'm not leaving her off my ticket. You've got to go deep in today's featured race. For more on the Baird Double Dog Dare, here's Tom Leach.
Several really classy females in this edition of the Baird Double Dog Dare. One of them is Tarifa, who ran in top-notch races last year and is making her second start of this year. First time out, she was third in the Grade 1 Beholder Mile out at Santa Anita. Here's her trainer, Brad Cox.
I thought she ran really well. She broke running. Mike Smith rode her that day, put her in a great spot. She's obviously running off a layoff and thought she got a good bit out of it. Some Figs had it the best race of her career. She came out of it in good order. She's had some solid works down at Payson Park. She's shipping up here this week, and I think she's running really well. She's trained really well leading up to this.
Will she be better with a little more distance, too?
I think so. Mile 6-2 probably suits her more so than the mile. And she broke her maiden here as a 2-year-old, so she's familiar with Keeneland, did a lot of her training here early on. Breezed a time or two here as a 2-year-old. But yeah, she's set up for a big run. I think second off layoff would be a big jump forward for her.
Those top 4 morning line choices in this race look pretty strong. But if you want to find a price, you could consider Dreaming of Mo for trainer Dale Romans.
Well, she's run good on the dirt. She's run good on the turf. She's run good on the synthetic. So this is a short field. It's a prestigious race here at Keeneland, big money. And she's training so well she needs to run.
What are you seeing in the training that impresses you?
She's just getting better and better. She's strong, good filly, doing everything right. Hopefully she likes this dirt racetrack, and they'll know she's in there.
What kind of year do you think you can have with her?
My goal is to make her a greatest stakes winner. Hopefully we get it done right away.
Really nice addition of the Grade 3 Baird Double Dog Dare Stakes today, and I think you'll see several of these horses in major stakes later on in the year.
Let's kick on to our key races. Race number 8 is where we will start a turf sprint. One of these cleverly written allowance races with a lot of open doors that allow horses and stakes-type horses to compete in these types of allowance races. A massive scratch in here with Big Invasion, who would have been the favorite. He was the morning line favorite at 5-2. He's been withdrawn. You can see there's a few other scratches in here. So that makes None Hudson the morning line favorite for Wesley Ward, who's 0 for 5 here at Keeneland on this turf course in these sprint races. I go to a horse that's 12-1 on the morning line, and that price will not be the case come post time with those scratches. That is American Monarch for trainer Bill Mott. He's 7, son of American Pharaoh, who's only run 15 times. They have picked their spots with this horse, and he's not run a lot in turf sprints over the last several years. You look at his last 10 starts, and it takes you back to 2022. He's run 3 times in turf races in sprints, and in his race at the Belmont at Aqueduct meet, going back to May of last year, he runs second in the Elusive Quality Stakes, making steady progress. Last time out at Tampa Bay Downs, I think the pace was just way too fast for him, and he just didn't have any kick that day, and that was his first start since July. So I like Bill Mott bringing this 7-year-old here for this allowance race. I think he fits it because those previous turf sprints that I referenced over the last 3 years have come against stakes companies. So give me American Monarch on top. That's right underneath is a horse for Brad Cox, who is chasing Coppola around down at Gulfstream Park, the speedster for Dale Romans. So he should move forward, moving down in competition. And then the 13-runner double clutch, the half-brother to Gear Jockey, who is a 2-time winner here at Keeneland. He won an allowance race back in the fall here, sprinting 5.5 furlongs. Didn't handle the Churchill Downs turf course for whatever reason in November, but I think he'll be ready to roll here today for Calumet and Rusty Arnold. So race number 8, 8, 6, and 13.
All right, I went to the 6 as the top selection here. That's right for trainer Brad Cox. I've been on this horse the last 2 starts. I have to stick with him one more time. We'll take you back to his last race where he finished 4th, a closing 4th at that. I think the 5 furlongs at Gulfstream is just too sharp for him. They went 20-4, 42-3 for the half, final time in 54-2. He chased Coppola around the track, as you mentioned, comes out of those tough races down there in South Florida. I think he needs a little bit more ground to work with. 5.5 furlongs seems to be ideal. Thought he ran a huge race when he was here at Keeneland during the fall against Arrest Me Red. Opened up on the field by multiple lengths and then just couldn't hang on. But I don't know what the strategy will be with him today. If he can go, he can close. He seems like a very versatile sort. So he'll be at the top pick. Very interesting to see. Interested to see the 11 Don Show get to the turf today. If you look at the family, kind of more of a dirt family on the bottom side, but Motown, Henny Hughes, I think sometimes you don't really need to have this overwhelming turf pedigree in order to be a turf sprinter. You just need to be really fast, and he is very fast.
Motown was a Grade 1 winner on
yes,
turf.
the Hollywood Derby. I understand that, but on the female side, there's not a ton. Doncho, though, very, very quick. He might be quicker than anybody else. I think this is a super talented horse. I've always thought very highly of him. I'm curious to see how he can take to the turf today. 6-11-5 for me.
Let's go to the nightcap, race number 10, an allowance race, first level allowance race for fillies and mares 4 and up at 1.16 on the firm listed going. A big field. You can see the 13 and 14 do draw into this race with scratches in the main body of the field. Mystifying is 9-5. For the Phipps stable, a filly by Curling out of the Go Sapper mare, Puzzling, who was stakes placed during her racing career. That's the direction I go. This horse made such a big jump up in form and as far as effort and just ability moving over to the turf course at Saratoga near the end of that Saratoga meet in 2024. Showed some speed that day, and it was not abnormal. This is a fast filly. She broke her maiden going 6 furlongs on debut on the dirt course, but boy, did she run a big race in the Phipps black and cherry cap, and she even strikes the lead here for a moment down the lane, but is going to get run down by Child of the Moon, who would come out of this race and put together another win going back to back. And you can see they're at least a length plus clear. 2.5 lengths is what the margin says in the past performances. It's been 7 months, but you don't come in with a short horse to Keeneland. That's my take. So I'll go to Mystifying in race number 10 to close out the card.
All right, I'm going to take us a little bit earlier in the card. Race number 5, there's a lot on the line in this race. It closes out the early pick 5, it starts the pick 6, and it starts the Keeneland Turf pick 3, races 5, 8, and 10. So this is a 1.5 miles on the turf course. Deep field. I had a tough time with this race, but ultimately I wanted to find a little bit of a price, so I go to Johnny V and Brian Lynch to hopefully get the win here with the 12 Holy Foley. I know this horse is 2 for 21 on form. She's not necessarily a win machine, but her best races have been at this distance, and she's been good at Keeneland. We'll go way back to the spring of last year. This was on the 24th of April here at Keeneland. She got a decent pace, but I think this just proved how good she can be on the turf here at Keeneland, going the 1.5 miles. She closed from off the pace to get up for the victory. Johnny Velasquez was aboard this race. Out of this win, she actually faced Stakes Company in the Kirtana at Churchill Downs. She hasn't managed to be back in the winner's circle yet, but at least she has one nice little prep race under the belt at Gulfstream Park, going a distance that was way too short for her last time out, going the flat mile. So Holy Foley in a very deep field. I'm not saying single this horse by any means, but definitely use her if you're playing those wagers.
Let's shine the sales grad spotlight on the number 4 horse in race number 7, Swift Kelsey, for the Moger family. Ed Moger Jr. trains, owned by Steve Moger. Purchased for $40,000 out of the Keeneland September sale in 2023, thus eligible for this maiden auction restricted race. And Ed Moger, good with first-time starters, 16% winners there. They get Joel Rosario. I said this yesterday when we had the maiden auction restricted race. I love these conditions because not only from a racing perspective does it allow for competitive fields like we get, but also when you go to the sale and you can pinpoint horses like this, or this group that will be handicapping in race number 7 or have handicapped, go to the sale and find horses at that price point or lower and be able to run for a $75,000 allowance purse at places like Keeneland, it really has changed the game on the sales side of things. It starts there and then on into the races.
Well, obviously, we want to highlight some of those huge sale grads.
There's a massive one.
But I think races like this bolster that middle market and the low-end market, and that's just as important for the success of any sale. On top of that, not only do you have these maiden auction races, but then you have those starter allowance auction races that consider these horses that won for maiden auction. So kind of the list goes on and on. You can get several races out of these types of horses.
I thought you were going to Torpedo Anna. That's how she broke her maiden in a maiden
that too.
Special weight auction restricted race. One of the best horse right now that we have in training in North America. Let's go to the clock report. Race number 5, Pistiota. Does that sound right to you? Number 7 horse?
What'd you say?
Pistiota?
You better watch it. This is a PG show.
Sometimes. Working on the inside of Good Going in 48. That was the final time for this clocking, as there was a little dew out there on the turf course, but going to, in hand, outwork the horse just for outside.
Pisciata? Why would you say Pisciota? I don't know. Kurt, phone a friend. Anywho, race number 10, Alimara. Moving along, Gray Filly put in a useful 4 furlong maintenance move in 48.4 over a fast trip, working evenly with Siempre Elegante, a $500,000 American Pharaoh mare who ran third off an extended layoff in her last start at Tampa for trainer Chad Brown. So that's good to see. I like that filly today.
Race 5, the 7. Race 10, the 10. Let's go to our multi-race exotics. Keeneland Turf Pick 3 here today. You're up, Madame Gaudet.
All right. I'm going to swing. Hopefully don't miss. It's $108 today. I couldn't narrow it down. I've hit some bets. You know, it's been good. Okay. Made a little bit of money.
It's
so
been
here
good,
we go.
okay.
It's been okay, good.
Flush with cash.
Okay, race number 5, 4, 7, 8, and the 12. So using 4 horses here. I truly think the 4 Marksman Queen is certainly the class of the field, but I had to throw in my 12, Holy Foley. In race number 8, the 5, 6, and the 11, and that was even hard to pare down here, but the 6 is going to be the top play, and that's right for trainer Brad Cox. And then we get to the 10th and final race. I did use that Alamara runner, the number 10, but also use the 11 Unreasonable. I thought she was going against really stiff competition in Ireland. We'll talk more about her in a minute. And then the 2 Mystifying, who is the 9-5 favorite. These things pay well.
They do pay well.
Sometimes every favorite can win, and they still pay $120, $150, so you'll still make money.
I'm spending $72 on the late pick 4. It's that kind of a sequence.
Yep.
4 deep to start in race number 7, 6, 7, 9, and 11, with the 9 being the top opinion in that maiden auction restricted race for Whit Beckman, taking blinkers off and actually taking a drop in class out of a straight maiden special weight race. Race number 8, 3 deep in that turf sprint, 6, 8, and 13. As far as the Baird Double Dog Dare, I'm not going to leave Just Off FYI off the ticket, even though she's not in my top 3 selections because of that speed that she has. But then the outside 3 as well, Tarifa, Candide, and Occult. And then in race number 10, a mile and a 16th on the turf, 2, 7, and 11.
I'm just losing it.
What do you got here?
Because it's not Pisciota or Pashota or whatever. It's, Pisciota. It's not that. I'm sorry. It's not that. It's Pashota. Thank you.
That was my next guess.
Thank you, Kurt Becker. Thank goodness we are not track announcers. We would do an awful job.
No.
I mean, I'm not going to go
We
there.
barely get through this. Let's go to our best angles, speaking of getting through it. Race number 7 is where I'll go. That is the maiden auction restricted race. And my top play there is the number 9 horse, a little breezy. Blinkers coming off this filly.
Punch bet.
Yeah, a little breezy for Legion Racing. Ran in a maiden special weight at Oaklawn Park. Straight maiden special weight. That was a tough group that she faced. They added blinkers. They stretched her out. She cuts back in distance. She moves into this level of competition. She ran against similar types at Churchill in this race that we're showing you. She rallied from off the pace to be beaten just 2 lengths in the end over a muddy strip. I like Little Breezy here today as my top selection, but it's not a straightforward race as the late pick 4 ticket suggests. So I will box her in a trifecta, or not box her, put her in a trifecta box. 6, 7, 9, and 12 are the 4 horses that I will box in the trifecta. 50-cent minimum wager. That's the best angle of the day in a wide-open 7th event.
It is a wide-open race number 7. I'm going to take us to race number 6 for my key angle today. The one up the creek is going to be the top selection. Suspect favorites, which unfortunately this race had a lot of scratches. We were probably going to get a really good price. Now with those scratches, I don't know what price we're going to get, but better distance and setup here today. So Up the Creek was claimed by Matt Shire several starts back for $50,000. This is a look back at her race most recently at Oaklawn Park. So it was a good, fine enough effort. It was off a layoff. It was against $35,000 claimer. She probably needed the race a little bit, but I didn't think that the race really came back to her this day. At 6.5 furlongs, I think she could probably close and get the win today, and she's back against, I think, the right type of competition. Off the claim, they stepped her up a couple of times, but she's back down to the right level today. So I went to her just, well, see the price. I think you could probably just do $20 to win if she's probably around 5 to 1. She was 15 to 1 on the morning line.
Just better. Just bet Up the Creek.
Just do it.
Let's go to a true broadcast professional for a long shot pick of the day. Here's Tom Leach.
Long shot play comes in race 5 today, and it's number 6, Boss Lady Bailey. Boss Lady Bailey is making the third start for Mike Maker, who excels at finding these horses that can go long on the turf. Saez takes the mount. This horse won at 1 mile 3/8 at Saratoga last summer, and she's nominated to the Bewitched. Don't think she'll be running in both, but she is going to be, I think, tough in here at a price. Hopefully we can get that 12 to 1.
Thank you, Tom. 10 races ahead. The likeliest winner of the day, race 1, right? Tunisian Spring?
I'd say.
Is that okay? Is that an okay statement to make?
Sure.
Probably the shortest price favorite. I'd say most likely winner. The rest of them are great wagering opportunities.
Absolutely.
You done talking?
I think so.
Okay.
I probably should, given how well this show went.
Yeah. For Gabby, I'm Scott. Enjoy this beautiful Friday of racing here at Keeneland Racecourse.
All the action, all the biggest players, all in one place. Follow the action from the racetrack to the sales ring at Keeneland on closing day of the spring meet. Right place, right time, right here. Make your move at the April Selected Horses of Racing Age sale, Friday, April 25th at Keeneland. Learn more at april.keeneland.com.
This is a Toyota Grand Highlander.
Toyota took the best-selling Highlander and made it bigger, more powerful, and more fuel efficient.
With your choice of 3 different powertrains, including the 362-horsepower Hybrid Max. And you've got to love the 12.3-inch touchscreen.
The big news is right back here with over 20 cubic feet of cargo space.
Behind a full-size third row.
Now get 6.45 APR financing on any new Highlander or Grand Highlander.
Toyota, let's go places.
Ladies and gentlemen, Keeneland welcomes the University of Kentucky Acoustic Cats to the paddock to sing our state song. They are joined by the University of Kentucky ROTC for the presentation of colors. Now, My Old Kentucky Home.
The sun shines bright on my old Kentucky home. 'Tis summer, the people are gay. The corn tops ripe and the meadows in the bloom, while the birds make music all the day. The young folks roll on the little cabin floor, all merry, all happy and bright. By and by, hard times comes a knocking at the door. Then my old Kentucky home, good night. Oh, weep no more, my lady, oh, weep no more today. We will sing one song for my old Kentucky home, for my old Kentucky home, for my old Kentucky home, for my old Kentucky home. Far away,
Please join us in welcoming Grammy Award-winning country music icon and Kentucky's own Winona Judd as she performs our national anthem, joined by her husband and musical partner, Cactus Mosier. Please rise as you are able for our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleam, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? bless America.
Keeneland is proud to recognize Dina Rhodes from Concessions as the Employee of the Day. Congratulations, Dina. Good afternoon. Welcome to Keeneland. Time for a check of the John Deere track conditions. The main track is fast. The turf is listed firm. The rail at 0 feet on the turf course today. Now a look at the changes beginning in the first race, where the first of the day's rolling doubles and pick threes, also the early pick 5, will begin. No changes in that first event. Race 2 is the start of the early pick 4. In the second race, scratch number 8, Something Fast, and scratch the 10, Sandals Song. That's in the second race, scratch number 8, Something Fast, and scratch the 10, Sandals Song. Third race, no changes. Fourth race has no changes. Race 5. Start of the pick 6, start of the Keeneland Turf pick 3. In race 5, scratch the 1, Bourbon Thief, and scratch number 14, Cozy Rags. That's in race 5. Scratch the 1, Bourbon Thief, and scratch the 14, Cozy Rags. Please note number 13 draws into the race. 13, All-American Beauty, draws into the race, the jockey as programmed. Sixth race, start of the late pick 5. Scratch number 4, I'm a Cookie Lover. Scratch the 5, Zen Moment. Scratch the 6, Modern Sound. And scratch number 8, Laurie's Secret. That's in the sixth race. Scratch number 4, I'm a Cookie Lover. Scratch the 5, Zen Moment. Scratch the 6, Modern Sound. And scratch the 8, Laurie's Secret. As a result of those scratches, no show wagering, no trifecta, and no superfecta on that sixth race. Race 7, start of the late pick 4. Take out number 13, Lovely Words. The also eligible did not draw into the race. Jockey change on the 6, Passage East, Gerardo Corrales. That's in the 7th race, number 6, Passage East, the jockey, Gerardo Corrales. 8th race. Scratch number 2, Let My People Go. Scratch the 4, Big Invasion. Also scratch number 10, Da Bob. Also scratch number 14, Shards. And scratch the 15, Apollo 10. Again, that's in the 8th race. Scratch the 2, Let My People Go. Scratch the 4, Big Invasion. Scratch the 10, Da Bob. Also scratch number 14, Shards. And scratch the 15, Apollo 10. Please note, number 13 draws into the race. 13, Double Clutch, draws into the race, jockey as programmed. Race 9, the featured Baird Double Dog Dare, Grade 3. No changes in that 9th race feature. 10th and final race, no carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. Scratch number 8, Lottery. Scratch the 12, Venomous Vixen. Scratch the 15, Fair Plaisir. And scratch the 16, Choate. That's in the 10th and final race. Scratch number 8, Lottery. Scratch 12, Venomous Vixen. Scratch 15, Fair Plaisir. And scratch 16, Choate. Jockey change on the 5, Freak City. The jockey, Angel Serpa. That's the 10th race. Number 5, Freak City. The jockey, Angel Serpa. Please note, 13 draws into the race, Twirling Good Time. 14 draws into the race, Quietly. 13 and 14 both draw into the race, jockeys as programmed. Time now to check in with Scott Hazelton and Gabby Gaudette.
Welcome to a big Friday card here at Keeneland Racecourse. Gabby and Scott with you throughout the course of the afternoon. 10 races, warmest weather that we have seen this spring here at Keeneland. But today's featured race, the 30th running of the Baird Double Dog Dare Grade 3, brings together the best group that I think that I have ever seen, or we have ever seen firsthand, in today's feature, the Bear Double Dog Dare.
Yeah, it's a stellar group, that's for sure. Candied, I think, is kind of the headliner in there. Obviously, she ran in the Ashland tier. She also finished second in the Alabama, third in the Spinster a couple starts back. She's coming back for trainer Todd Pletcher. A Cult is out there as well. She ran really well, second to Idiomatic, the champion in the Spinster the last time we saw her at Keeneland. We have Tarifa, obviously, who competed in the Oaks. And just FYI, I mean, the list goes on and on. They're world-class fillies in this race today.
Grade 1 winners, just FYI. She was a 2-year-old champion back in 2023. Candied Grade 1 winner right here at Keeneland Racecourse. So it's going to be a phenomenal throwdown in race number 9 at 5:16 Eastern Time. Our featured event, 30th running of the Baird Double Dog Dare. Enjoy a big Friday of racing on this fabulous day here at Keeneland Racecourse.
Horses are on the paddock for race number 1, a $30,000 claiming race, 6 furlongs on the fast main track. And competitive group of horses here coming up next, but I think the focus will certainly be on the number 1, Tunisian Spring, who does get a bit of a class relief here today. She also draws the rail post position, which I think will be helpful. When you look at the field in its entirety, there's not a ton of pace in here. So not only is this horse getting a drop in class, he also could be the controlling speed to the inside. Now, he is coming off a layoff, but he's shown in the past that he can run big races off of the layoff, or even first time out, he ran really well. So that doesn't concern me too much. I think for the $80,000 tag with the inside post position, he's gone. He's going to show that typical Wesley Ward gate speed and go on from there. The number 4 horse, Frost Mountain, is going to be the second selection because I think he can sit just off of the speed of the 1, Tunisian Spring. I don't know that you want a horse in here that has to make up a ton of ground, and Frost Mountain, to me, coming back to the dirt, he has shown some speed. He was able to sit just a length off of the pace down at the fairgrounds, going 5.5 furlongs. He was part of the pace going 3/4 down at the fairgrounds, so he does have a little bit of speed. And once again, this is another horse that is taking a drop in class. His dirt races are also much better than his turf races, so I think he's coming back to the best surface today. And then finally, the number 6, Hesper, ran really well last time out. Now, that was obviously going against restricted Louisiana bred company. He broke his maiden first time out going against restricted Louisiana bred company. And those races can come up quite tough. I mean, Dapper Moon he had to face at the allowance level in just his second start. That is a very nice runner. And throughout some of those allowance efforts, still very good. And when you look at his speed figures, still very good. So I can understand why they're in for the $80,000 tag. Obviously, this horse, Greg Foley, doesn't have an outfit down there in Louisiana outside of the fairgrounds, so this race makes sense for this horse, getting a little bit, I shouldn't say class relief, but kind of making a lateral move in here as well. He did happen to face a horse by the name of Pair of Socks, who is the 3 horse in here, and he did beat him in that event. And right now the 3 is at 4-1 versus 4-1 versus 3-1 on the number 6, Hesper. So competitive group of horses, but certainly the favorite is the horse to beat, the number 1, Tunisian Spring. This race, of course, kicks off the pick 5. Best of luck if you're playing.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's first race, a claiming race for 3-year-olds and up for a price of $80,000. 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the early pick 5. Main track is fast and the turf is firm. No changes in the first race. Post time at 8 minutes.
Horses are on track here for today's opener, and I'll talk about 2 horses that I thought looked really nice in the paddock, and one being Tunisian Spring, the heavy favorite at 1-2. I can't say anything negative about this horse. He looks extremely energetic today, on his toes. I would anticipate a very quick gate break, just considering this horse's mannerisms, how he's acting today. Definitely on the bridle there, alert, and really nice-looking horse here for trainer Wesley Ward. He's also very big. He's a big horse from a physical standpoint, and I kind of like that considering he has the rail. He could get some pace pressure. I think he'll probably be the quickest early, but if he does have any hiccups coming out of the gate and get some pace pressure early on, he's kind of got that physical. He's physically larger than any other horse in the field, and I think he can kind of take that pace pressure to his outside and keep going on here. I'll also throw out a big price, the number 5 Express Line, first off the claim for Grant Forrester. I think he just does really well with his sprinters, just through and through. This horse, I think, is doing what he wanted to do all along. Stretched him out last time out. I don't think he wants to do any of that. He did manage to win against Maiden $50,000 Company at Del Mar in just his second start, and he came back to face a tough group and didn't have a great trip that day. So I know he's a big price, but he does kind of look really refined here. He's got nice muscle tone, really healthy coat, and at 20-1, the longest price on the board, I think he can outrun those odds to get a little bit of a piece of it. 6 minutes to go for race number 1. Good luck.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's first race, start of the early pick 5. Moving into line, race 1. Tunisian Spring comes forward. Now Busick. Pair of Socks. Frost Mountain, 2 more to load. Express Line. Hesper, the last one. Last one comes forward. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. There goes Tunisian Spring right out for the early lead. Pair of Socks comes away in the second position. Busick was off a step slowly, starts to move up toward the rail, though, to challenge for third, just a length off the lead. Frost Mountain, then Express Line, and Hesper is at the back, running just over 5 lengths from the front. Pair of Socks to the outside, challenging Tunisian Spring is there toward the rail. They're matching strides for the lead to the far turn. Busick is right behind that front pair, followed by Frost Mountain, Express Line, and Hesper at the back. 22.72 seconds was the time for the opening quarter. Pair of Socks from the outside has a neck in front. Tunisian Spring goes second by 2 lengths around the turn. And then Busick, who's in third, still running some 3 to 4 lengths off the lead. Top of the stretch, a gap of 3 more lengths back to Express Line, who goes to the outside, but still fourth and still 7 from the lead of Pair of Socks. Tunisian Spring has lost a lot of ground. In fact, right now is just struggling to try to hang on to second because Pair of Socks is drawn clear and Express Line's moved by into second, and Hesper has come up the rail into third. Final furlong for Pair of Socks. The lead's out to 7 lengths at the 16th pole. Hesper is challenging Express Line for second. No catching. Pair of Socks. Luis Saez aboard. Pair of Socks to win the opener on this Friday card at Keeneland. Close for second, either Hesper to the inside or Express Line from the outside.
Pair of Socks was ready to roll today for trainer Dallas Stewart. This horse broke sharply, managed to put a little bit of pace pressure on your heavy favorite in the one Tunisian Spring. He could not take that pace pressure today, and this horse well clear from the rest of the field. Looks like two horses kind of vying for second, but they are very far back. No doubt about the winner. Pair of Socks dominant in today's opener.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's first race. Number 3, Pair of Socks, was first. Number 6, Hesper, was second. The 5, Express Line, third. Number 1, Tunisian Spring, fourth. 3651 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's first race, the unofficial winner, number 3, Pair of Socks, owned by the Commonwealth Stable of Sam Samsel, SOK Racing of Robert Berenson and Michael Karras, trained by Dallas Stewart, the jockey Luis Saez. Pair of Socks, 3-year-old son of Vacoma, out of Winning Saga by Tale of the Cat, bred in Louisiana by Time Will Tell, LLC. 6 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 10.82 seconds. First race results official. 3651, the official results. Keeneland's second race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering featured here and start of the early pick 4 as well. Main track is fast and the turf is firm today, rail at 0 feet. In this second race, scratch number 8, Something Fast, and scratch the 10, Sandals Song.
Horses are in the paddock for race number 2 to kick off the early pick 4. 4.5 furlongs on the main track in this field. It's a field of 2-year-olds. We'll start the conversation off with the number 5, Fear, who opens up at 5-1. The son of Win, 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 out of awesome, of course, mare. This colt, is actually a Florida bred. And I think that's kind of telling that Jose D'Angelo, who does really well with every type of runner across the board, ships this horse up here to compete during the spring meet at Keeneland. We know that in a matter of probably a month or two, they're going to be having those 2-year-old races down there at Gulfstream Park. But I like the fact that this horse is here and able to hopefully compete against the rest of the competition. He does get the likes of jockey Jose Ortiz in the irons today, and some of his workouts have been forward and quite quick. I like his gate workout at Palm Meadows, coming actually 3 furlongs coming out of the gate in 35-2. I think that kind of puts him spot on with the rest of the competition here today. Just to his inside, the number 4 Epic Desire opens up at 3-2. It's good to see that, and this horse has a very nice pedigree here, trained by Todd Pletcher. He is another one that's been working forwardly down at Palm Beach Downs, where Todd essentially likes to train some of his babies here. I found a stat over the course of the past 5 years on Dira Formulator. Todd has only started one other horse during the spring meet, or springtime, I should say, his 2-year-olds in these types of races. And that horse was last week almost won. So I think that's really encouraging to see Todd kind of bring these horses during the spring meet, the 2-year-olds during the spring meet, and they've so far, with only one horse to kind of look back on, ran really well. The 4 Epic Desire, I think it's telling that the early money is on him today. And then the 1 Victorious Chances. This 2-year-old filly, she goes against the boys today. I don't mind that. We see 2-year-old fillies, they can hold their own against the boys. Wesley Ward also sends out the 2, another filly. But Victorious Chances, they bought this filly for a modest price, the filly by Chancelot. Chancelot's progeny, we haven't seen too many of them, but what we have seen, they've been good at 2, and they've been able to even run well during the springtime in these early 2-year-old races. Of course, the gate break is going to be critical here for Victorious Chances. You can't have a tardy start coming out of the gate drawn from post position number 1. So we'll see if she can indeed do that. She is on the board right now at 3-1. Wesley's other horse, 5-1, the 2 Vibora. Take a closer look at these 2-year-olds in just a minute and report trackside. We are 15 minutes away from race number 2 to kick off that early pick 4.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's second race, the Belmar Maiden Special Weight 2-year-olds. Heedley course, 4.5 furlongs. Main track is fast. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the early pick 4. Scratch the 8 Something Fast and scratch the 10 Sandals Song. Main track is fast, turf is firm. Post time in 7 minutes for race 2.
Well, I got a good look at these 2-year-olds here going to post for race number 2, and Wesley Ward actually said that the one Victoria's Chances is a little bit quicker in the morning, a little bit quicker out of the gate versus the number 2 Vabora, who he also sends out. So I like to hear that. Some of those sharp gate workouts, hopefully they will apply here today, because this filly needs to hit the ground running once the gates open with that rail post position. But I did think she looked really good and prefer her of the 2 Wesleys. The number 4, Epic Desire, he's a very good-looking horse, and he's actually related to multiple Grade 1 winner in Adair Manor. He's got a nice long walk, nice stride, galloping out there, and he's actually been acting pretty professionally so far. He's got good energy, though. A lot of good things about this horse. I just wonder if he can kind of get the win here at 4.5 furlongs. From a physical standpoint, he's a little bit bigger than some of the other horses that he's facing here today. So that would be my only concern, if I had a concern, was, is he going to be able to win at 4.5 furlongs, or is this a horse that might need a little bit more distances down the road? And then the 5 Fear, he looked very strong today, and he is cranked up, ready to go. If this horse doesn't show gate speed, I would be very surprised. You can see just by his mannerisms, he has his neck bowed underneath of him. Kind of a choppy stride out there just because he's ready to go. He looks like a little rocket ship ready to take off. Very speedy looking horse. Of course, a buy, win, win, win. He debuts today for trainer Jose D'Angelo, but he was definitely the other horse for me, and he certainly looks fast enough, fit enough in order to get this 4.5 furlong distance. So those are some thoughts for this 2-year-old race coming up next. Once again, this race does kick off the pick 4. Good luck.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's second race, the Belmar, start of the early pick 4. Moving into line race 2. Brazilian Conexal comes forward along with Mr. Sensei. Epic Desire and Sir Vincent. Maximus Prime, the last one. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. There goes Fear out for the lead. Vibora is right there with early speed. Victoria's Chances is there toward the inside. And these three, as they work their way around the turn, Mr. Sensei is in fourth. A break of 6 more lengths. Back to Brazilian Conexal. Then Baytown Anubis up on the outside. Sir Vincent, Maximus Prime. And Epic Desire is last. Epic Desire is last and running 15 lengths from the lead. They're at the top of the stretch. Victoria's Chances to the inside, chased by Vibora. And then Fear on the far outside is in third. The top 3 separated by a length and a half, then a gap of 4 more lengths back as they move to the final furlong to Mr. Sensei. Victoria's Chances has opened up on a 4-length lead to Fear Vibora in the final furlong. Maximus Prime is running late toward third, but it is Victoria's Chances to win it for Gerardo Corrales. Victoria's Chances in front. Maximus Prime rallied up to grab second on the wire from Fear in third.
Victoria's Chances very sharp out of the gate today. We said that Wesley Ward had told us prior to the race that this horse was going to be very quick out of the gate. The filly going against the boys today wires the field. We saw a little bit of a late bid from the 5, but with this gate speed, you just can't catch them on the front end. Victoria's Chances gets the win, another 2-year-old winner for trainer Wesley Ward.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's second race. Number 1, Victoria's Chances first. The 11, Maximus Prime, was second. Number 5, Fear, was third. And number 9, Sir Vincent, 4th, 1:11.59, unofficial. Race 2, results official. 1:11.59, the official results. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's second race, the Belmar, the official winner, number 1, Victoria's Chances. Owned by the Crawford Farms Racing of Michelle and Al Crawford, trained by Wesley Ward, Gerardo Corrales, the jockey. Victoria's Chances, 2-year-old filly by Chancelot out of Yankee Victoria by Yankee Victor, bred in New York by Hidden Lake Farm LLC and Crawford Farm LLC. Headley course, 4.5 furlongs over the fast main track in 52.76 seconds. In the winner's circle, the Belmar Trophy presentation to the connections of Victoria's Chances. Keeneland's third race upcoming, including double and pick 3 wagering. The main track is fast. Race 3 will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. No changes in this third event.
Race 3 is coming up next, a mile and a 16th out on the main track. Track, of course, listed as fast as the sun is out, and definitely the warmest day of the spring meet thus far, and a wonderful crowd out here to enjoy some excellent racing as well. In this race, I do slightly go against the favorite, the 2 Gray Frost, with the number 3 Savannah Marie. I was really impressed by this filly's effort the last time we saw her at Keeneland. She went against Starter Allowance Company. She nearly beat Windy Walk that day. Windy Walk would come back to win. And I don't think she was really respected out of some of her races at Belterra, Charlestown, and Mountaineer, but I really think she proved herself in that last race. Now, she is coming off a layoff today. We haven't seen her since November at Churchill Downs, but she's been able to win off the layoff in the past, and I think she gets the right kind of trip. I don't know that she's going to be on the lead, but she can be close, especially off of the layoff, so I think she will be able to get a mid-pack trip there under Edgar Morales. The 2, Gray Frost, she definitely has the pace advantage here. And going a mile and a 16th on the main track with that short stretch, you certainly want to have a forward position. But I guess the main concern with her is not her class. She definitely has the class coming into this race with 3 consecutive victories. It's just whether or not she can hang on going the mile and a 16th. The short stretch, like I said, will certainly help her, but she has been going the distance of a mile for the past 3 consecutive starts, and it seems like every time that she stretches out a little bit farther than that, she comes up a little short. So I thought, given the price, I might want to go against. The 1 Starship Belmont down on the inside. Look, the fractions last time out going the mile, they weren't that fast. She might not be fast enough to run with a horse like the 2 Gray Frost, but I thought she might be able to soften her up on the front end. And overall, she's got 1 bad race, and that was going against really tough competition. That 2 Other Than Allowance race, 2 starts back at Turfway. For the most part, though, outside of that, she's been incredibly consistent. And I feel like this is a 7-year-old mare that's actually doing well right now, and she comes into this race off of a win. Certainly the favorite is the 2 Gray Frost and the horse to beat at even money. See how it all shakes out in race number 3. Good luck.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's third race. Starter allowance fillies and mares age 4 and up, a mile and a 16th over the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch, the first wire. Double and pick 3 wagering, no changes. Post time 6 minutes. Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's third race. Moving into line third race. Trouble Free comes forward. Also Savannah Marie. Laser Jet. Along with Pittore Doro. Lucky Anna will be the last one. Goes in, first wire at the post. And they're off. There goes Gray Frost from the inside, along with Starship Belmont. Here's Trouble Free moving up toward the outside. Flowery Path comes away racing in the fourth position. Savannah Marie is fifth down toward the inside as they enter the first turn. Then Lucky Anna sixth up on the outside. Laser Jet is in seventh, and Pittore Doro is last of the eight. Starship Belmont is the leader. Starship Belmont leads at 3/4 of a length as they move midway around the first turn and head on to the backstretch. Gray Frost is second, a length and a half. Trouble Free outward from the rail third by just a neck, and then Flowery Path is fourth toward the inside. It was 22.96 seconds for that opening quarter mile. And then further back in the pack as they head up the back stretch is Savannah Marie with Lucky Anna there on her outside. Lucky Anna travels about 8 lengths off the lead, a gap of 2 more back to Laser Jet and Pittore Doro. Gray Frost has the lead as they work their way off the end of the back stretch after an opening half mile in 47.25 seconds. In fact, Gray Frost now begins to open up and leads it by nearly 5 lengths onto the far turn. Starship Belmont goes second. Trouble Free is in third, in between horses as they round the turn. Savannah Marie has moved up to the far outside. Now, Savannah Marie has gone from fourth to third to second, still 4 lengths off the lead. They're midway on the turn. They're approaching the quarter pole. It is Gray Frost who's got the lead. The lead is some 3.5 lengths. Savannah Marie is second by 7. And then Trouble Free is third. Top of the short stretch, Starship Belmont has lost ground in fourth. They turn for home. Gray Frost is chased by Savannah Marie, who swings up to the outside. A length separate these two. Here's Savannah Marie now taking aim on Gray Frost as they move into the final furlong. Gray Frost to the inside, Savannah Marie moving by to the outside for a narrow lead, and then a gap of 7 more lengths back to the rest. It is Savannah Marie, Edgar Morales aboard Savannah Marie to win it. It was Gray Frost who was across the line in the second position, and then it'll be close for show. It will either be Laser Jet or Pittore Doro for that show spot.
This was a great ride by jockey Edgar Morales to reel in the speed of the 2 Gray Frost. We could see Irad Ortiz Jr. set the pace early with the 4-5 shot, the number 2 Gray Frost, but this horse couldn't quite get the distance. Edgar Morales with a little bit of an early move to try to get the jump on the 2 here before they hit the top of the stretch. I think that move made all the difference, and Savannah Marie up for the win at 3-2. 3-2, your favorites finishing 1 and 2 in race number 3.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's third race. Number 3, Savannah Marie first. The 2, Gray Frost was second. Number 7, Laserjet third. And the 4, Pittore Doro fourth. 3-2-7-4 unofficial. Moving into the winner's circle for Keeneland's third race, the unofficial winner, number 3, Savannah Marie. Owned and trained by Neri Alvarez, Edgar Morales, the jockey. Savannah Marie, a 4-year-old daughter of Mendelssohn, out of Lena Marie by Painter. Bred in Kentucky by Anderson Stables. Mile and a 16th over the main track, listed fast in 1 minute 48.43 seconds. Third race results official. 3-2-7-4, the official results. Keeneland's fourth race upcoming, including double and pick 3 wagering. No changes in the fourth event. Main track is fast. The turf is firm.
Race number 4 is coming up next. 7 furlongs on the main track for this open $25,000 claiming race. And the 7 opens up as the favorite, Cairo Street, at odds of 2-1 for trainer Alexis Clare. Alexis Clare has been really good with her claiming horses. And obviously she has really kind of made a name for herself with some of the horses that she's claimed and even brought here to Keeneland, or the success that she had down at the fairgrounds. We already saw her have a win so far over the course of the meet. And look, they claimed this filly for $30,000. They stepped her up against Allowance Company last time out. That was probably a little bit too tough, but all considering, that was actually one of her better races on the turf that we've seen. Now she drops down to the $25,000 level and comes back to the main track. I actually think some of her dirt races are even better than her turf races. So she's probably even better on the surface. She's proven at 7 furlongs. I think that's also a huge feather in her cap, and she should be able to sit maybe just off the pace, maybe a mid-pack trip here today under Brian Hernandez Jr. She'll be the top selection for me. The number 4, Sunny Isle Beach, is next. I like this filly on the cutback, or mare, I should say. She's 7 years old. But she went the distance of a mile. Obviously, a mile 2 starts back at Ellis Park as well. It's kind of been a while since she managed to go this short of a distance at 7 furlongs. But in some of her races, it looks like she can be involved and she's sitting a good trip, and then she just runs out of steam. And maybe she's not quite as good this year in her 7-year-old season. That's fair. But maybe she just wants a little bit less distance too. So I think this is probably the right move for this mare. We'll see if she wakes up with the distance change today. And then finally, the 2, Liberty Bell. I think she's going to be the main speed in here from the inside. I know she's been going the distance of a mile. Sometimes when we see horses cut back in distance like this, it can take a little bit of speed out of them. But still, I think she's a mare that has a lot of natural speed. She comes out of races. It's kind of hard to really gauge the class, the horses that she was going against at Mahoning Valley, even at Thistle Downs earlier in last year. But I think her speed is her best weapon. And from a buyer speed standpoint, she certainly has competitive numbers against this group today. She's on the board right now at 5-1. The betting public on the 7, as am I, coming up here in race number 4. Good luck.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fourth race, claiming race for a price of $25,000. Fillies and mares age 4 and up. 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering. No changes in the fourth event. Post time in 8 minutes.
Looking at the field warming up for this next race, I wanted to pick out 2 horses in here, one of them being the number 4, Sunny Isle Beach. Obviously, she's coming back since the middle of March, and she's making her second start as a 7-year-old mare. And sometimes when horses, especially fillies and mares, they get to this age, sometimes they just start to lose interest. So I really wanted to see what she looked like in the flesh, and she looks very eager. She looks great in the flesh. She's maintaining great weight as well. So Matt Shire seems to have her in a good spot here, despite her age here at the age of 7. So I actually like her a little bit more even after seeing her in the paddock today. The number 6, Altered Shot for trainer Joe Sharp. This 7-year-old mare looked very good as well. Joe Sharp, of course, on the heels of a very strong Fairgrounds meet, teams up with Jose Ortiz, who also had a very strong Fairgrounds meet, but Source looks incredibly fit coming into today. Obviously, we haven't been able to see her since Churchill back in the fall. She could be competitive against this group. I don't love that she tailed off towards the latter half of the year, but now Joe Sharp has her, new barn, new connections, and we'll see what she can do here as she makes her seasonal debut at the age of 7. But those were kind of the 2 horses that I was interested in from a physical standpoint. Right now, your lukewarm favorite is a 7 at 2-1. Good luck.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 4th race. Moving into line, 4th race. Abitibi comes forward. Sunny Isle Beach. Sense of Pearl. 2 more to load. Altered Shot, waiting for Cairo Street. Last one going in, they're at the post. And they're off. Bella Cruella from the inside, an Altered Shot from the outside. Liberty Bell in between that pair, and these 3 come forward and head up the back stretch. Altered Shot far outside has the lead by a half length, but Bella Cruella has the spot from the inside right next to the rail. Liberty Bell, and then Cairo Street, 4th up on the outside. Then a gap of 2. Abitibi is 5th toward the inside. Sense of Pearl is in the 6th position as they head for the far turn, and Sunny Isle Beach is last of the 7, running just over 5 lengths from the lead. 22.87 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Altered Shot from the outside has the lead. Bella Cruella second to the inside. Cairo Street, Liberty Bell move up. Abitibi had to check in some close quarters to the inside, lost a couple of lengths, drops back as Sense of Pearl moves by her to the outside up into the 5th position. Further back, Sunny Isle Beach is last. Altered Shot the leader. Altered Shot leads by 2.5 lengths around the far turn. Liberty Bell second and neck. Bella Cruella third to the inside. Cairo Street is 4th up on the outside. Then Sense of Pearl, who's running 8 lengths off the lead. They turn for home. Altered Shot the one to catch. Altered Shot has the lead by 3 lengths coming toward the 8th pole. Bella Cruella to the inside. Sense of Pearl far outside. Then Liberty Bell, who's battling on for that 2nd position. Final furlong, though, Altered Shot has the lead by 4. Altered Shot, then Bella Cruella, Liberty Bell, Sense of Pearl 4th on the outside. Past the 16th pole, it is Altered Shot still well in front. Altered Shot, Jose Ortiz to win it. It's going to be close for 2nd. In fact, it'll be a photo for the runner-up spot. Will either be Liberty Bell or Sense of Pearl for place.
Well, this Sharp duo, Joe Sharp and jockey Jose Ortiz, continues to have a very strong meet. Of course, picking up where they left off down at the fairgrounds. Altered Shot, first time for the barn, first time in her 7-year-old season. She's on the wrong lead coming down the stretch, and she's getting out into the center of the racetrack, but that didn't seem to matter. You can see Jose Ortiz just kind of encouraging her to the wire as she is well clear from whoever finishes 2nd. It's going to be close for 2nd, but no doubt about that winner. The 6 Altered Shot on top.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's fourth race: number 6, Altered Shot, was first. Number 2, Liberty Bell, second. The 5, Sense of Pearl, third. Number 1, Bella Cruella, fourth. 6-2-5-1 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's fourth race, the unofficial winner, number 6, Altered Shot, owned by TEC Racing of Elliott Logan, trained by Joe Sharp, the jockey Jose Ortiz. Altered Shot, a 7-year-old mare by Alternation out of Wind Gym by Proud Citizen, bred in Kentucky by Mary Ann Stribling. The time for the 7 furlongs over the main track listed fast, 1 minute 26.67 seconds. Fourth race results official, 6-2-5-1, the official results. Keeneland's fifth race upcoming. The turf is listed firm. The rail at 0 feet today. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the pick 6. No carryover start of the Keeneland turf pick 3, made up of races 5, 8, and 10. In this fifth race, scratch number 1, Bourbon Thief. Also scratch the 14, Cozy Rags. A reminder, number 13, All-American Beauty, draws into the race. Jockey as programmed.
Race 5 is coming up next, going a mile and a half on the firm turf. We have a couple of scratches in this race, but I start the conversation off with the number 12, Holy Foley, way to the outside. Now, this horse is certainly going to have to work out a trip from this outside post position, but I've found that her best races are going this distance, the mile and a half distance, which is somewhat of a specialist distance, and some of her better races have come here at Keeneland. When you look back to the 24th of April of last year, it actually produced a win here at Keeneland. She closed from off the pace, and she won in under wraps, honestly, under Johnny Velasquez. It was a pretty easy win for her. I know she's not necessarily a win machine. She only showcases 2 wins out of 21 starts, but I think when she's able to kind of run in the circumstances that she prefers, she can certainly win. I like the fact that she also has a little prep race under the belt. Last time out, she came back off the layoff to run the distance of a mile down at Gulfstream Park. That was simply just too short for her. So stretching out to the mile and a half, I think, is preferred. As we take a look at the number 4, Marksman Queen, she certainly is the class of the field. If you look at some of the horses she's been running against, graded stakes competition. She comes out of the La Proviante, where she ran essentially last. She beat 2 horses in that race at Gulfstream Park. That was a little bit too tough for her. But her race prior to that in the Via Borghese was very good. And the thing about that I like about her form is she is very quick. She has a tendency to make the lead and just not stop, stayer type of speed. And that can be very dangerous on a firm course here at Keeneland. She has experience at Keeneland. She almost won at odds of 6-1. So past experience here, I think, is also key. And then finally, the number 7, Pashota, for trainer Cherie DeVoe. She comes into this race off of back-to-back wins. Now, she's not as battle-tested as some of these other fillies and mares, but I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing. Sometimes we kind of just look at the form that some of these older mares have, and they've kind of already hit their best stride. Whereas Pashota, she looks like she's an up-and-coming filly. Lightly raced. She clearly broke her maiden back at the fairgrounds in the fall. Then she came back in the winter and got another win. I also think she's a filly that really has turned things around since the addition of blinkers. She's undefeated with that equipment change. Now the true test today is whether or not she can get the mile and a half distance. But she, too, is kind of similar to the 4 Marksman Queen in that I think she could show some speed and just not stop, just keep on going. She's certainly bred top and bottom to handle the distance of ground today with jockey Jose Ortiz. She is on the board right now at 6-1. Those are some thoughts there for my top 3 selections. We'll take a closer look at these horses as they come trackside and report back in a little bit. But before we do that, it is the start of the Turf Pick 3. Of course, a lot of things on the line here in the 5th race. It kicks off the Pick 6. It kicks off the All Turf Pick 3 for $3. And then, of course, it caps off that early Pick 5 sequence. I have coverage. I use the 3 horses that I just talked about, as well as the number 8, Dancing Dean. I thought she was a little interesting here for trainer Bill Mott. In the 8th race, obviously another turf race, but this one 5.5 furlongs on the turf. The 6th, That's Right, is kind of the strongest opinion for me, but I went 5, 6, and 11 in there. Doncho, I think, is kind of intriguing, getting to the turf for the first time. He's by a Grade 1 winner on the turf in Motown. And then we get to the 10th race, an allowance race going a mile and a 16th. I thought that was a tricky race, but kind of only able to use 3 horses considering that this is a $3 wager, and we were up to $108 for this wager. The 2, the 10, and the 11, the preference for me is the 11, Unreasonable. I thought she was going against really stout competition over in Ireland. She finished a couple lengths behind Tarawa, who we saw come over here and run in the Grade 1 First Lady. So kind of, I think, higher leveled. That was a really tough Grade 3, Group 3, I should say, that she ran against the 11 in race number 10. Those are some thoughts there for the turf. Pick 3, best of luck if you're wagering. We're 14 minutes out.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 5th race, the Whisper Hill, an allowance for fillies and mares age 4 and up. Double and pick 3 wagering, start of the pick 6, no carryover. Also start of the Keeneland Turf pick 3, races 5, 8, and 10. Scratch the 1, Bourbon Thief. Number 1 is scratched. Also scratch the 14, Cozy Rags. A reminder, 13 draws into the race, All-American Beauty, jockey as programmed. The turf is listed firm, and the rail at 0 feet today, 1.5 miles over the firm turf in race 5. 8 minutes to post.
Looking at some of these runners on track with 6 minutes to go before we kick off the Keeneland Turf Pick 3. I wanted to start the conversation off with the number 5 horse, Siempre Elegante. This isn't a horse that I necessarily picked in the top 3 when handicapping. It's always hard to leave off Chad Brown runners, but I definitely thought she looked incredibly fit today. She also has the build to suggest that she can kind of run all day. When you look at her past performances, the farthest that she's ever gone was 1 mile and 3/8, and she won that race the last time that she did go that far. That was at Saratoga a couple of years ago. She came off that lengthy layoff last time out, and she made up a ton of ground. I was interested to kind of see how she looked here this afternoon. I like her even more now after seeing her today. She looks incredibly fit to handle this extra distance. So something to keep in mind. The 7 Pashota has never been this far. She's a lightly raced 4-year-old filly by Wooten Bassett out of a Dubawi mare. So she certainly is able to get at a distance. She also has been impressing the clockers here at Keeneland in the morning. She was a clocker report pick. Now from a physical standpoint, she kind of looks a little bit different than some of the other runners in here. She's very strong behind, but sometimes you see those horses with those European pedigrees and this type of build, they come over here to the States and they really do like these longer distances on the turf. I think she's suitable to it at 9-2. I certainly could go in that direction. And then finally the 11, Lucky Combination. I thought she was another mare that looked really good, totally different physical than the 7. You can see the 7 was kind of short coupled, really strong in her hindquarters. This is more of an elegant, long, lean looking type of mare. She's by Ghost Zapper. She's been the 1.5 miles before in the past. She actually finished 3rd against Marksman Queen. So she really hasn't been that far off of the 4. And look at the price discrepancy, 7-2 versus 19 to 1. I think on her best day, she could certainly be competitive against this group, and I think this is a wild price for obviously Christophe Clement. Anytime he runs these horses on the turf, you have to consider them, and she looks fit and ready to go into this race after having 2 races down in Florida at Tampa and Gulfstream Park. This is a super competitive group, a tough way to kick off that Keeneland Turf Pick 3, but best of luck if you're wagering.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 5th race, the Whisper Hill, start of the Pick 6, and start of the Keeneland Turf Pick 3. Moving into line, 5th race. Street Where You Live comes forward along with Siempre Elegante. Boss Lady Bailey, Lucky Combination. Here's Holy Foley. Pashota. All-American Beauty, the last one, walks up, goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. Marksman Queen is right there in the opening strides, along with Sanctify to her inside, and Sanctify moves up now for the lead. Marksman Queen will go second. Pashota, forwardly placed in third. Lucky Combination, likewise, moves up carefully fourth in between horses and onto the far turn. Vive Veuve is fifth back toward the inside. Street Where You Live, sixth up on the outside. Siempre Elegante, saving ground against the rail in seventh. Boss Lady Bailey is in eighth. Holy Foley is ninth. Dancing Dean, far back early on in the 10th position. I had that one too, and then All-American Beauty, who's last of the 12 after an opening quarter in 23.49 seconds. Moving through the stretch for the first time, and Sanctify leads Marksman Queen by a length and a half. Lucky Combination is toward the rail in third, a length and a half. It is followed by Pashota, and then Vive Veuve. Street Where You Live is there on her outside with one circuit to go. Siempre Elegante, Boss Lady Bailey, Holy Foley, and then Dancing Dean, who's outward from the rail, still a dozen lengths from the lead. I had that one, too, in All-American Beauty, 47.25 seconds. The time for that first half mile. Sanctify is the leader. Sanctify has opened up here on the lead. Sanctify leads it by 3.5 lengths over to the backstretch once again. Marksman Queen is second by 2 lengths. And then Lucky Combination in third by 3. Followed by Pashota in fourth. Street Where You Live is in fifth. Vive Veuve, Siempre Elegante. Between horses, 7 from the front. And they're catching up to Sanctify at the midpoint of the backstretch. Here's Lucky Combination. Here's Marksman Queen. Between that pair, those two go to the front. Sanctify drops back along the rail. Street Where You Live moves up in third. Pashota shifting lanes to the inside. In fourth is 5 lengths off the lead. Boss Lady Bailey comes next. Siempre Elegante is toward the inside, and she is still 8 lengths from the lead as they move on to the far turn. Marksman Queen against the rail has the lead by 3/4 of a length. Lucky Combination goes second by 2.5. Then Pashota down toward the inside. Boss Lady Bailey goes wide, moves up from fourth into third. Siempre Elegante swings off the rail. She's fifth. She's 7 from the front. There's a quarter mile to go. Marksman Queen, the one to get. Marksman Queen leads it by 2. Boss Lady Bailey is in second. Siempre Elegante, Holy Foley. Siempre Elegante, Holy Foley. Holy Foley is doing the better work of that pair. And Vive Veuve from far back has gone to fourth. Boss Lady Bailey, Marksman Queen to the inside. Holy Foley. Vive Veuve is fourth and still moving but running out of time. Boss Lady Bailey is in front. Vive Veuve, a final run from the outside at the wire. Photo finish for the win in race 5.
Photo finish for the win, and what a horse race between several horses coming down the lane. We saw the 4 Marksman Queen kind of make a little bit of an early move into that very fast pace. Then comes the 6, Boss Lady Bailey. She had first run on the other 2 to her outside. It gets so close by the time we hit the finish line. The 9 towards the outside. Oh, way too close for me to call. We're going to let the judges in the photo finish determine who actually wins this race. We'll take another low-angle view of these horses coming to the finish line. Holy Foley, the 12 in between horses, the 6 on the inside, and the 9 way on the outside. I would say it's probably between the 6 and the 9, but I am not calling it. We'll let the photo finish decide.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 5th race. In the photo for the win, number 6, Boss Lady Bailey was first. Number 9, Vive Veuve was second. Number 12, Holy Foley was third. Number 4, Marksman Queen, fourth. 6, 9, 12, 4, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 5th race, the Whisper Hill, the unofficial winner, number 6, Boss Lady Bailey, owned by Hootie's Racing LLC of Mark Moore, trained by Mike Maker, Luis Saez, the jockey. Boss Lady Bailey, 5-year-old daughter of Connect out of Special Dream by Officer, bred in Kentucky by White Fox Farm. The Keeneland sales graduate gets the 12 furlongs over the firm turf in 2 minutes 28.8 seconds. Race 5 results official. 6, 9, 12, 4, the official results. In the winner's circle, the Whisper Hill trophy presentation to the connections of Boss Lady Bailey. Early pick 5 pays on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. Keeneland's 6th race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 5. The main track is fast, the turf firm. Scratch number 4, I'm a Cookie Lover. Scratch the 5, Zen Moment. Also scratch the 6, Modern Sound. And scratch number 8, Laurie's Secret. As a result of those scratches, no show wagering, no trifecta, no superfecta on race 6.
Race number 6 here at Keeneland Racecourse will begin the late pick 5, non-Mortars-of-2 lifetime $40,000 claimer. A field of 4 will compete at 6.5 furlongs on the fast main track here this afternoon. With that being said, with it being just a full horse field, there is no show wagering available in the 6th event here at Keeneland Racecourse. It will be fun. The number 7 horse, current favorite at 7-5. Filly by Constitution, who broke her maiden at Churchill in the off-track back in November during her 2-year-old season. They stepped up against Stakes Company in her next start and then caught some tough allowance races in her next few starts after that stakes try at Oaklawn. Then her recent races came at Fairgrounds. Look, it's all about the drop in class for this filly. She was not able to compete in those allowance races in her last 2 starts down in New Orleans. They gave her a shot on turf. They went back to dirt. Now they're giving her a shot for 40. It makes sense at this point in time with this filly trying to pick up win number 2 of her career. Just a $20,000 purchase back in 2023 at the Keeneland September sale, and she's made nearly $90,000. So it is time for this filly to drop in for 40. Certainly looks like, and Kenny McPeak, when running horses in for a claiming tag for the first time in their career, he's striking at an 18% rate. So it will be fun. We'll see how she fares as far as the speed that she can possess against this level of competition here today, because when she's been at her best, she's been quick in the race and on the lead. And to the outside in the small field of 4, I think that's a benefit for her and her jockey, Jose Ortiz. The 3-horse Divine is the second choice at 8-5, my second choice. Same thing. She's dropping in class. She's cutting back in distance, so we'll see what kind of tactics Irad puts in place here with this mare by Good Magic. She was quick in her first 2 starts all the way back in 2023 in those dirt sprints, and she gets back to sprinting for the first time since then. She was with a different barn, and Rudy Brisset, her trainer, is going to add blinkers to this filly here this afternoon for the first time. She's never worn blinkers, so that is a change being made on top of the other changes in the cutback and the drop, with Irad in the saddle for the first time too. So significant changes for Divine in this race here this afternoon, and she's in a much better spot than what she's been in her most recent effort going back to Ellis in August 8 months ago. And then the rail filly, the number 1 horse, Up the Creek for trainer Matt Shire. How's Adam Biscuit's going to pull this one off? That's the question, because there's a good chance that he could be outrun with fillies out to the outside. He may have to be patient and just wait for his spot, whether it's going into the turn or perhaps as they come out of the turn. But this is a filly that is not taking the big drop that the 2 favorites are. She is the 3rd choice, but she has at least performed well lately. And oftentimes that may mean something more than just looking for a horse that's finding easier competition like the 2 favorites. So you've got to respect her here this afternoon. It's just not an easy post position, but I guess it is easier given that there's only 3 other horses drawn to her outside. A great late pick 5 sequence coming up at Keeneland. Good luck if you're playing. All wagers need to be in the next 12 minutes for race number 6.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 6th race. Claiming race, fillies and mares age 3 and up, a $40,000 claiming price, 6.5 furlongs over the fast main track. Scratch the 4, I'm a Cookie Lover. Scratch 5, Zen Moment. Scratch the 6, Modern Sound. And scratch 8, Laurie's Secret. As a result of those scratches, no show wagering, no trifecta, no superfecta, but there is double wagering. Pick 3 wagering. Start of the late pick 5, Fast Track Firm Turf, 5 minutes to post.
We're looking at the 2-horse Splash Master. She's the longest price, the biggest price horse in this race, 5-1 on the board. Here's a filly that also takes a drop down in class. And if you're looking for a price, the way that this race needs to go for Splash Master, in my opinion, for her to win, is that they need to go very, very quick, and Edgar Morales will be coming on late. And that's going to be the approach, I think, that would get her a best result, period. And if it depends on how quick the pace is early on. So she's 5-1 on the board, drops in for 40, but she's got those other class droppers that are following her in this direction here this afternoon. I don't think she's as quick as these other fillies, so he's going to have to be patient. I think his hand is forced to be patient because she won't be able to keep up at that early speed. But if they go quick out on the front end, she could make an impact on this race late. Pick 5 pull with 5 minutes to post, over $327,000. Good luck in the 6th race here at Keeneland.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 6th race, moving into line, race 6. Up the Creek moves into line. Here's Splashmaster coming forward. Now Divine. And It Will Be Fun, the last one. Last one goes in. They're at the post. And they're off. There goes Splashmaster out for the early lead. Up the Creek is right there to the inside. It Will Be Fun comes away running in third, and Divine last of the four, but right there in the opening strides as they head up the back stretch. And up front, it is Splashmaster who has the lead. Splashmaster against the rail leads it by just 1 length, but It Will Be Fun moves up to the far outside. Up the Creek is between that pair. Then a gap of 3.5 more lengths back to Divine, who is fourth as they move off the end of the back stretch after an opening quarter in 23.2 seconds. Splashmaster to the inside. It Will Be Fun to the outside. These two continue their battle for the lead. Up the Creek is next as they swing around the far turn. Then a gap of 7 more lengths to Divine, struggling to keep up here as they work their way off the turn with It Will Be Fun now taking the lead by just a neck, just over a quarter mile out. Up the Creek swings to the outside. It was 46.78 seconds the time for the first half mile. It Will Be Fun up the creek coming on from the outside. Splashmaster has given way back to third. Divine is still a distant fourth. And into the final furlong, it is Up the Creek with the lead. Up the Creek, and the final 8th mile opens up by 3 lengths clear. Up the Creek, and Adam Biscuitza aboard, drawing off for the victory. It Will Be Fun will be across the wire in second. Splashmaster is third, and Divine finished fourth.
Well, that's how you do it from post position number 1. Be patient. Adam Biscuitza was just that for Matt Shire and 10 Strike Racing and Jeremy Sussman and others as this filly draws away the daughter of Upstart at odds of 5-2. Powerhouse win here this afternoon, beating the favorites on the square as the longest shot on the board rounds out the trifecta. Gabby Gaudette called her shot this morning today at Keeneland. She says, just go to the window on Up to the Creek, and she gives you a $7 winner to start the late pick 5.
In the winner's circle for Keeneland's sixth race, number 1, Up the Creek, owned by 10 Strike Racing of Marshall Graham, owned also by Jerry Sussman and Corey Mullis Racing LLC. Matt Shire, the trainer, and Adam Biscuitza, the jockey. Up the Creek, a 4-year-old filly by Upstart out of Clearwater by Painter, bred in Kentucky by Mr. and Mrs. Duncan Lloyd. The 6.5 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 18.45 seconds. Keeneland's 7th race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering. It started the late pick 4. In race 7, a reminder, take out number 13, Lovely Words. The also eligible did not draw into the race. Jockey for the 6th Passage East, Gerardo Corrales. Fast track, firm turf.
Seventh race, 18 minutes to the post, started the late pick 4, 3-year-old maiden special weight event, a race restricted to horses that sold or RNA'd, reserve not attained, for $65,000 or less in their most recent auction. And this is not an easy group to get through. I think you've got to have coverage really every step of the way as far as the late pick 4 is concerned. We'll get to that in just a moment. The number 9 horse, who is 4-1, a little breezy for Whit Beckman and Legion Racing, is my top selection. She's 4-1 right now. If you're looking for a straight win bet, hey, she is a live runner in this race. And if you can get 4-1, whatever she settles at, maybe 5-2 in the end, I don't know. I would imagine, as I say that, her price just went up. So maybe you'll get around 4-1 in the end. But Little Breezy, coming out of a maiden special weight, a straight maiden special weight race at Oaklawn Park. So this is a drop down in class. You have to recognize that moving into this auction restricted race. She also cuts back in distance, and she sprinted her first 2 starts of her career. Those were the best 2 races for her when she was sprinting between Keeneland and Churchill Downs. They added blinkers to this filly last time out when she was running against Tougher. She was well beaten. So the cut back in distance, the drop in class, the blinkers come back off. She's not wearing them as she didn't wear them in her first 3 starts. I love the price, 4-1 on Little Breezy. She's a main contender in this race, in this wide open event. The number 7 horse, Order Restored, for John Ortiz and Jose Ortiz. There's a look at John Ortiz saddling up the daughter of Tom's d'Etat. She was 3rd against similar type runners back at Oaklawn at the beginning of January, and then caught a sloppy track last time out in a race that she was the favorite because she had shown so much speed on debut. Well, she caught post 1. That couldn't have worked to her advantage. She broke sharp, but then she lost some position going down the backstretch, and that was it. So hopefully getting off the rail for this filly and moving here to Keeneland Racecourse can be a positive for Order Restored off of 2 starts at Oaklawn earlier this year for the Keeneland September sale grad from 2023, $60,000 purchase, coming in right underneath that $65,000 restriction at the most recent auction. So she is my second selection. And then the filly that'll be drawn just to her inside, Passage East, is my third choice, who is currently sitting at 7-1 for trainer Hugh McMahon. Cutting back in distance for this filly, she's run some credible sprints up at Laurel, and she was a $20,000 purchase back in May of 2024. So she has finished second every one of her starts. She's 5 for 5 as far as finishing second. She's a good racehorse. It's just a matter if she'll handle the level of competition she'll face off against here today at Keeneland Racecourse. But she was very quick over at Colonial and in her last race going a 1-turn mile, and that was a very quick surface in the middle of March when they ran those few days for the Virginia Derby weekend out in New Kent, Virginia. So Passage East, making Gerardo Corrales, she is 6-1. As far as the late pick 4 is concerned, mentioned that you need coverage, and that's what I'm opting for. $72 ticket, 6, 7, 9, and 11. The 11 getting some play in here. That is True Passion for Lonnie Briley and Norman Stable, the team that has brought us Cole Front, one of the main, Cole Batter, rather, the son of Cole Front, one of the leading contenders for the Kentucky Derby. But he comes in, or she rather comes in off of a run against straight maiden special weight company at Oaklawn Park. So dipping down in class for the 11. That's why I throw her on the ticket. As far as race number 8, I'll go 3 deep, 6, 8, and 11. The 8 being the strongest opinion in that leg, American Monarch, in a race that looks a lot different than when it was drawn a week ago, with Big Invasion being scratched out of that race. So I think you need coverage in there. As far as race number 9, our featured race, the Bear Double Dog Dare, same deal. Just FYI, 2-year-old champion filly from a few years ago, she could control this race from the inside, which I think that they'll attempt to do with the daughter of Justify. But she lost her last race when she was controlling that one, going fast, albeit. Won't have to go as fast today, but I'm not leaving her off my ticket, even though I prefer the 5, 6, and 7 in today's Bear Double Dog Dare. Tarifa, Candide, and Occult. Such an evenly matched group in the featured 9th race. And then in race number 10, 2, 7, and 11. The way I see it, just hit it, because I think it's going to pay well here this afternoon. That's why I'm willing to invest $72, because we have such deep fields. We're going to have tote boards that look very similar to what we're seeing here in race number 7. So good luck in the final 4 races today here at Keeneland Racecourse. 13 minutes to get all wagers in, including the late pick 4.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 7th race. Maiden auction, 3-year-old fillies. Sold or reserve not attained for $65,000 or less in their most recent auction. 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 4. Main track is fast, turf firm. Take out number 13, Lovely Words, did not draw into the race. The jockey for number 6, Passage East, will be Gerardo Corrales. Post time, 7 minutes.
We go back to Lil Breezy for Legion Racing, the daughter of Tapiture, who takes the blinkers off, here, and gets back to sprinting. This is a filly that comes from quite a family. She's a daughter of Tapiture, a millionaire son of Tappet, who's one of the leading broodmare sires in the game, and a big female family as far as the first and second dam. This filly's second dam is Summerly, the near millionaire and Grade 1 winner of the Kentucky Oaks. Why do I bring up her pedigree? Because this filly will be offered next Friday at the Keeneland Selected Horses of Racing Aids sale, which will take place immediately following the races here at Keeneland on closing day. She is hip number 66. Some big-time fillies in this pedigree, in this family, and she's a filly that easily could give this Connections a big-time update for the sale if she's able to pull off this win here today. She's a strong contender. She's the second choice at odds of 3-1 from the family of Summerly, that Grade 1 Kentucky Oaks winner. In fact, her second dam is Summerly, who also won the Fairgrounds Oaks and the Grade 3 Silver Bullet Day. Less than 5 minutes away from the start of the late pick 4 here at Keeneland Racecourse.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 7th race, start of the late pick 4. Moving into line, race 7. Pray 1,000 Words moves into line. People get ready. Swift Kelsey moves in. True Passion. Devil's Golden Fiddle. Passage East. Tegwar will be the last one. Comes forward. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. Order Restored comes out for the lead. Theatrics right there. Pray 1,000 Words will press the issue toward the inside. True Passion away 4th. Passage East moves up 1 spot from 5th within 2 lengths of the early lead. Devil's Golden Fiddle further back between horses is in 6th. Little Breezy to the outside is 7th. Lazy Y Legacy is 8th. Tegwar is a wide 9th. People Get Ready is 10th. Carmen Matthews is 11th. Swift Kelsey is last of the 12 as they move off the end of the backstretch and onto the far turn. It was 23.12 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Pray 1,000 Words has the lead by 3/4 of a length. Order Restored second on the outside. Devil's Golden Fiddle right there to the inside. Theatrics moves up, then Passage East, who's lost some ground around the far turn. True Passion going to have to go wide. Still 6 lengths from the lead. Order Restored is the leader. Pray 1,000 Words. Devil's Golden Fiddle looks for room to the inside. Theatrics and True Passion are right there, both moving up toward the outside. Order Restored, True Passion on the outside. Passage East is diving toward the rail, but still in 3rd. And it is True Passion with a narrow lead. Passage East is coming up the inside, though, and still Order Restored is there between that pair. Passage East up the inside at the 16th pole. Passage East in front for Gerardo Corrales. Passage East to win it. Order Restored second, True Passion third. Further back, Lil Breezy across the line 4th.
Six, 7, 11 across the wire for the top 3, led by Passage East. Down on the inside, white blinkers. She's got the 7 and the 11 to run down, and she's able to do so under Gerardo Corrales, cutting back in distance, coming out of that quickly run race at Colonial. Takes to the Keeneland main track and scores at odds of 7-2.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 7th race. Number 6, Passage East, was first. Number 7, Order Restored, was second. The 11, True Passion, third. And number 9, Lil Breezy, fourth. 6, 7, 11, 9, unofficial. Results of race 7 official. 6, 7, 11, 9, the official results. Into the winner's circle for the 7th race, number 6, Passage East. Owned by Larry Raybold and trained by Hugh McMahon, jockey Gerardo Corrales. Passage East, a 3-year-old filly by Audible, out of Sultan Sapity by Congrats, bred in Kentucky by Don Alberto Corporation. 6 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 12.07 seconds. Keeneland's 8th race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. The turf is listed firm, rail at 0 feet. Scratch the 2, Let My People Go. Also scratch the 4, Big Invasion. Also scratch number 10, Da Bob. Scratch the 14, Shards. And scratch the 15, Apollo 10. A reminder, number 13, Double Clutch, draws into the race. Jockey as programmed.
Race number 8 is a $140,000 allowance race with a lot of oars in the condition, thus allowing a lot of horses to be eligible for a race such as this. And 5.5 furlongs is going to be the distance on the firm turf course. Big scratches, especially with the number 4 horse Big Invasion being withdrawn, who would have been, I don't want to say a standout favorite, but would have been a clear favorite in this race. Right now, None Hudson has fallen into that role as he's 5-2, slightly in front of the number 6 horse, That's Right. But I go to the 8 horse American Monarch, looking for a price of 7-1. This is a lightly raced 7-year-old Ridgeling son of American Pharaoh out of a Giants Causeway First Dam. And this is a horse that has primarily been sprinting on the dirt, and obviously it's worked out. You look at his last 3 years of racing, 3 seasons of racing, he's won on the dirt up at Aqueduct a couple of times in allowance races that are written similar to this. And his turf sprints, though, which are sparse in his last 10 starts, 3 of his last 10 starts have come sprinting on the turf course, he's still been very competitive. He's run in stakes races in those turf sprints up at Belmont, twice in the elusive quality. Last time out, he just could not keep up early on in a really fast race at Tampa Bay in the turf dash, where he ended up being 8th, beaten 5 lengths in a field of 10. But I don't think that the pace will be as quick as we saw down at Tampa Bay Downs in this race here this afternoon. So Bill Mott has finds this 7-year-old in a perfect spot for me to take a shot with him at odds of 6-1, with the question marks that surround the favorite, given that None Hudson has yet to win here at Keeneland. And I know he's run against some difficult competition through the years of racing here at Keeneland, but that's why I'll go to the 8 horse with Junior Alvarado in the saddle. That's Right for Brad Cox is the number 6 horse. 3-1. He's getting closer and closer in the wind pulls to the favorite, but he too comes out of some difficult races. Down at Gulfstream Park, chasing Coppola in 2 stakes races, including the Gulfstream Park Turf Sprint. Just couldn't keep up with him. Coppola is a very, very quick horse that he was back behind. So he gets some class relief here today. He's run here at Keeneland in the past. That was in an allowance race like this when he was with Brittany Russell, and he set the pace that afternoon. So he does have speed. He doesn't have the Coppola-type speed, but he's got the speed to dictate what goes on out in the early portion of this race here this afternoon. So you do have to respect him, and obviously most are here in race number 8. And then I'll go out to the number 13 horse, Double Clutch for Rusty Arnold. He's won twice here in the past. He won here last fall in a second-level allowance race. He's a horse that's a half-brother to Gear Jockey, who was a steady top-level performer for years for Calumet Farm and trainer Rusty Arnold. So last time out, for whatever reason, didn't bring it. That was at Churchill on that turf course, and he ends up finishing 9th. But the course form on Double Clutch and his pedigree and Rusty Arnold and bringing this horse in fresh at 10-1, don't ignore him if you're playing the late pick 3, which begins in race number 8. Ultra competitive group coming up next. We're less than 15 minutes away from a very good allowance race for turf sprinters.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 8th race, the Wild Air, and allowance for 4-year-olds and up. 5.5 furlongs over the turf listed firm, rail at 0 feet. Double and pick 3 wagering starts the last of the days. Rolling pick 3, scratch the 2, Let My People Go. Scratch the 4, Big Invasion. Also scratch number 10, Da Bob. Scratch the 14, Shards, and scratch the 15, Apollo 10. A reminder, number 13, Double Clutch, draws into the race. Jockey as programmed. Post time at 7 minutes.
Here's a very quick horse, Don Show, who we've seen here at Keeneland going back to the spring of last year. He was 3 years old, and after dominating fields in his first 2 starts at Fairgrounds, they ran him in the Lafayette, a 3-year-old restricted race, where 7 furlongs, he just was unable to keep up in that race. But he was able to bounce back and win the Gold Fever at Belmont at Aqueduct. He has been defeated recently, granted 10 months ago in his last race at Churchill, to a nice Asmussen horse and Otto the Conqueror. But Don Show, he's very, very fast. He is by Motown, who was a Grade 1 winner on the turf, Grade 1 Hollywood Derby winner at Del Mar. They're trying something new with this gelding, having this situation where there aren't a lot of options for horses like this, stakes company, or finding allowance races like this. And I think Michelle Level's right in giving it a shot, because if he runs well on the turf, then obviously that opens up doors on down the line for more stakes options, whether it be on the turf or dirt for that matter. But he is very, very fast. And Don Show, he may benefit more than anything from the cutback to 5.5 furlongs because his wins going 6 furlongs, he has blitzed some fields. So he's an interesting sort. How does he handle the turf course? That's the question here this afternoon for Michelle Level as he tackles a group of stout older runners. First time facing horses at the age of 4 and up, as he had run in all restricted 2- and 3-year-old races back over the course of his last 2 seasons of racing. The number 5 horse, None Hudson, is no longer the favorite for Wesley Ward. He's the slight second choice at odds of 3-1. Son of None Never, who's ran up over $332,000 in his racing career. He likes the track just off the pace. He's got some speed as well. He's 0 for 5, though, at Keeneland Racecourse, having been beaten in a 4th other than, a rare 4 other than that you'll see run anywhere in the country, but that was back in October. He was well beaten in the Grade 2 Woodford in October of last year as well. So he should be competitive. I'm not knocking this horse at 7-2. It's Wesley Ward. His barn is really starting to pick things up here in recent days, including now moving into a tie with Brad Cox with 8 wins for the meet's leading trainer with several days of racing left here at Keeneland. But None Hudson, one of a bunch that you could easily lean on here in race number 8. Such a good race coming up next at Keeneland. 3 minutes to get those wagers in.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 8th race, the Wild Air. Moving into line, race 8. Doncho comes forward. Nonay Hudson into line. Santorini. That's right. Double clutch will be the last one. Here's Finster. Now double clutch. Goes in, they're at the post. They're off. That's right, American Monarch, both have speed. Doncho there up to the outside. That's right, and Doncho come to the front together as they head up the back stretch. Double clutch far outside is third. Nonay Hudson fourth toward the inside. American Monarch settles back between horses into the fifth position. Santorini going to be a wide sixth onto the far turn. And then Clear the Air is seventh down toward the inside. So Sua Summer back toward the outside is eighth. Finster is ninth. Okiro is last of the 10. The opening quarter in 21.63 seconds. That's right. And Doncho, they go 1-2 around the turn, separated by less than one length. The gap of 3 to Double Clutch, who's third a length and a half. Nonay Hudson, fourth toward the inside. Santorini still fifth. So Sua Summer wide sixth. American Monarch is 10 from the lead. Here's Doncho coming after. That's right. The battle for the lead. Double Clutch, then Nonay Hudson. Now Nonay Hudson takes off on the far outside, but already the leader's past the eighth pole. Nonay Hudson coming after. That's right. A late charge from far back from Clear the Air. Nonay Hudson to the lead. Clear the Air is running on late. Nonay Hudson, Clear the Air. Nonay Hudson to win it. It was Clear the Air home second. Multiple horse photo for show.
In the end, Nonay Hudson did settle as the post-time favorite, and he's going to kick it into high gear here late and run down the 6, who's got the advantage right now. That's right. The 3's also going to rally from off the pace to complete the exacta, but finally breaking through on this Keeneland sod, Nonay Hudson, the son of Nonay Never, and a Keeneland September sale grad, giving Wesley Ward another win on this Friday card.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's 8th race: number 5, No Nay Hudson, first. Number 3, Clear the Air, second. Number 13, Double Clutch, third. And number 6, That's Right, finished fourth. 5-3, 13-6 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 8th race, the Wild Air, number 5, No Nay Hudson, owned by Andrew Farm of Richard Brody, and For the People Racing Stable, LLC, of Mike Morgan, training double for Wesley Ward today, the winning jockey, Luan Machado. No Nay Hudson, a 5-year-old gelded son of No Nay Never out of Raw Silk by Malibu Moon, bred in Ireland by RJB Bloodstock. The Keeneland sales graduate gets 5.5 furlongs over the turf-listed Firm in 1 minute 2.09 seconds. In the winner's circle, the Wild Air Trophy presentation to the connections of No Nay Hudson. We apologize for the tote delay. Results should be posted official in just a moment. Again, we apologize for the tote delay. Race 8 results official. 5-3-13-6, the official results. Keeneland's 9th and featured race, 30th running of the Bear Double Dog Dare Stakes, Grade 3, is up next. Starts the last of the day's rolling doubles. The main track is listed fast. Race 9 will finish in the short stretch of the first wire. No changes in the 9th race.
The Friday feature is in front of us. The Grade 3 Baird Double Dog Dare Stakes, $350,000 up for grabs for these fillies and mares 4 and up. And always such an important start for so many fillies and mares in the springtime towards the summer and obviously the fall, and potentially getting back here in the fall at Keeneland to the Grade 1 at Juddmonte Spinster, and fillies that we have seen run in some big races in the past year, including the Grade 1 Spinster in the fall for horses like Candied, who was third to Idiomatic at last year's renewal, and Occult, the number 7 horse. Those are the outside two. We'll get to them in a moment, but Tarifa, the number 5 horse, Bernardini filly, who faced older fillies for the first time in her career as a 4-year-old back at the beginning of March at Santa Anita in the Grade 1 Beholder Mile. That was a very quickly run race out there at Santa Anita, and some good fillies were out in front of her, Cavalieri as well as Richie. So she comes back here to Keeneland, where she has picked up a win in the past. And this is a filly that, going back to her 3-year-old season, she was the best filly down at Fairgrounds. She won the Grade 2 Rachel Alexandra, won the Grade 2 Fairgrounds Oaks, just didn't bring it in the Grade 1 Kentucky Oaks in May of last year at Churchill on the off track. But she's come back with solid efforts in the Audubon Oaks, the Grade 1 Cotillion, finishing third to Horse of the Year, multiple champion filly in Torpedo Anna. So Tarifa, to me, she can sit close enough to the pace, and I think that's going to be a key in this race here today because of the 1.16 distance, and she's getting a little worked up down there in the paddock as she gets saddled up and hopefully settles in. But I'll go to Tarifa on top. There's a look at the 6-horse Candied, a Candy Ride filly for Bobby Flay and the Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners. She's a Grade 1 winner here at Keeneland. She broke her maiden in 2023 at Saratoga on debut, and then in her next start wins the Grade 1 Darley Alcibiades. She was third to Just FYI in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies. She had a solid campaign last year in what turned out to be a very difficult distaff division, which included Idiomatic and, of course, Torpedo Anna. And she was third to Torpedo Anna and Raging Sea in the Breeders' Cup distaff at Del Mar. 5 months off to come back here to Keeneland. She's definitely capable, as are just about every one of these horses that are getting played in the wagering between the 9-2 action on the 7-horse, obviously downward to the number 1 horse, Just FYI. As we move on to Occult, the number 7, who's 9-2. This is a 5-year-old mare whose one race came here at Keeneland, second to Idiomatic. She was picking up some pieces late in order to pick up that always important Grade 1 placing, which she had done in the past. She was Grade 1 placed to Ceiling Crusher in the Cotillion at the age of 3. But we'll see how she handles the 1.16 distance. That would be the question for me with this mare with the outside post, because she probably is not going to be able to keep up with horses like Tarifa, or definitely not Just FYI in here. But she can easily come on and pick up at least a placing, or if they go too quick, which doesn't seem likely in this race, pull off the win. It is a very competitive race. The Grade 3 Baird Double Dog Dare, we've seen some of the best fillies come through this race to get their seasons going. Think back most recently, a couple of years ago, to Malathat, that brilliant Shadwell filly who won the Baird Double Dog Dare here at Keeneland Racecourse. Always a fun race in the springtime. Looking forward to our Friday feature coming up next in less than 17 minutes.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 9th and featured race, 30th running of the Bear Double Dog Dare Stakes, a Grade 3 for fillies and mares age 4 and up at 1 mile and a 16th over the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Starts the last of the day's rolling doubles. No changes. Post time at 8 minutes. So let's meet the starters. Number 1, Just FYI, owned by George Krikorian, trained by Bill Mott Jr. Alvarado is up. 2 is Gin Gin, races for the Calumet farm of Brad Kelly, the trainer Brendan Walsh, and the jockey Jose Ortiz. 3, Neon Icon, owned by Bo Bramagen and Michael DeHeer, trained by Rusty Arnold, jockey Luis Saez. 4, Dreaming of Mo, owned by Blue Devil Racing Stable of Mark Holliday, the trainer Dale Romans, and the jockey is Corey Lannery. 5, Tarifa, owned by Godolphin LLC of Mohammed Al Maktoum and others, trained by Brad Cox, the jockey Florent Cheroux. 6, Candy, owned by the Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners of Aaron Wellman, B. Flay Thoroughbreds of Bobby Flay, the trainer Todd Pletcher, the jockey Irad Ortiz Jr. 7, Occult, owned by the Alpha Delta Stables of John Clay, the trainer Chad Brown, and the jockey Flavian Pratt. Post time at 6 minutes.
Just FYI, the number 1 horse, Champion Filly, the champion of the group, 2-year-old champion from 2023 when she went undefeated, picked off a pair of Grade 1 wins, including the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies at Santa Anita. The advantage that she has here today is, first of all, the inside draw is a good position for her to be in because she's not going to have to work to get over into save ground, and also her speed. So that is a great combination for this filly, daughter of Justify for George Krikorian, who he bred out of that First Dam Star Act by Street Cry. So she has the tactical advantage in this group. And that last race at Gulfstream Park, although she was the heavy favorite that day, and you would expect a former champion to be a heavy favorite in an allowance race, perhaps the pace was just too quick and going the 1-turn mile at this stage of her career versus having going a 1-turn mile to 2 at the age of 2. That might have just caught up with her. She may have just come on from that race. I think the reason you're seeing 2-1 on this filly is that early speed that she should put on display here this afternoon, and she's feeling good out there on the course under Junior Alvarado. Another filly that was feeling good coming out, that is Candied, feeling very fresh when she came through the tunnel, went through the post parade. It's been a minute since we've seen her compete, 5 months ago in the Breeders' Cup Distaff, but she looks primed and ready to roll for trainer Todd Pletcher. So many ways to go in our featured race, the Grade 3 Bear Double Dog Dare. Good luck. We're less than 5 minutes away from post time.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 9th and featured race, 30th running of the Baird Double Dog Dare Stakes, Grade 3. Moving it to line, 9th race. Just FYI comes forward. Chen Jen. Neon Icon. Dreaming of Mo. 3 more to load. Tarifa. And now Candied. Occult, the last one. Comes forward. Goes in. First wire at the post, and they are off in the Baird Double Dog Dare Stakes. Occult broke alertly, so did Just FYI, and Jen Jen is there. Between them, Candied is also up close in the opening strides. Just FYI, from the inside starting spot, has the lead and hugs the rail into the first turn. Jen Jen will go second, Candied, and then Occult, who stacks up 3 wide as they move around the first turn and moves up into third, just over 2 lengths off the lead. Dreaming of Mo back toward the inside is now in the 5th position, then a gap of just over 3 more. Tarifa is side by side at the back with Neon Icon. The opening quarter in 23.19 seconds. Just FYI is the leader. Just FYI leads it by 3/4 of a length. Jen Jen goes second by a length. The Colt far outside, Candied between horses. Dreaming of Mo right there to the inside and now moves up a couple of spots into third by a head, just over a length and a half off the lead. Neon Icon further back, joined by Tarifa, who's last but right there with the rest as they move off the end of the backstretch. 47.7 seconds the time for the first half mile. Jen Jen, Just FYI, and then Dreaming of Mo. Now here's a Colt swinging out wide from third to second. Jen Jen has taken the lead. Just FYI is dropping back along the rail toward the back of the field. It is Jen Jen coming to the quarter pole, who leads at 3/4 of a length. A Colt is second by 3. And then Tarifa, then Candied. Now Candied's being asked to run down toward the inside. She's still third. She's 5 lengths from the lead. Top of the short stretch. Jen Jen has the lead off the far turn. A Colt is second. Candied to the inside. Tarifa to the outside. And then Neon Icon in 5th. Into the final furlong of the Baird Double Dog Dare Stakes. It is Jen Jen with the lead by 3. Tarifa, a Colt, and then Candied toward the inside. It is Jen Jen. Jose Ortiz, 38-1 upset in the Baird Double Dog Dare. It was Tarifa home second, Candied third, a Colt was 4th.
the biggest price on the board in the Bear Double Dog Dare by way of Jin Jin, and she had that early position. That was key. She was closest to the pace setter in Just FYI. When Just FYI backed out of there, the closers were coming, but this first wire finish playing to her advantage. Huge price in the Friday feature for Calumet Farm, Jin Jin, Jose Ortiz, Brendan Walsh, taking it here in style.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's ninth and featured race. Number 2, Jin Jin, finished first. Number 5, Tarifa, was second. Number 6, Candied, was third. Number 7, Occult, was fourth. 2, 5, 6, 7, unofficial. Keeneland's featured ninth race, 30th running of the Bear Double Dog Dare Stakes Grade 3. The official winner, number 2, Jin Jin. Owned by the Calumet Farm of Brad Kelly, trained by Brendan Walsh, 2 wins today for jockey Jose Ortiz. Jin Jin, a 4-year-old filly by Hightail, out of Before You Know It by Hard Spun, bred in Kentucky by Calumet Farm. Results are official, 2, 5, 6, 7, the official results. Mile and a 16th over the fast main track in 1 minute 45.15 seconds. Now the trophy presentation for the Baird Double Dog Dare Stakes. Presenting the trophy, Grammy Award-winning country music icon Winona Judd. Joined by Baird Vice Chair Jim Allen, Executive Market Director Chris Russell, and Managing Director Steve Grossman. They present To the Connections of Gin Gin.
Gin Gin with a huge upset in today's Grade 3 Baird Double Dog Dare for Calumet Farm. Trainer Brendan Walsh and Jose Ortiz with a masterful ride. Was the plan just to stay with just FYI and be forward in this race?
The plan was just sit behind the speed, and just FYI broke good, and she went. I just sit behind the speed like Brendan told me, and from there I took it. On the backside, I decided when to make the move, but the most important thing, I have horse.
And having that jump on the competition and the quality fillies back behind you as well.
Yeah, but I felt like the last 16, she kept running. I don't think they were making any ground on me.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Brendan, this surprised a lot of folks. Does this kind of effort surprise you?
I wasn't sure what to expect, to be honest with you. Scott, Eddie Kane and Mr. Kelly asked me to take her and give her a shot just to see if she still had any appetite for it anymore. And to be fair to her, she's done nothing wrong since she came to us. She kind of lost her form the end of last year, and I think she got a freshening, and they probably did a fantastic job at the farm actually. But she's got some good back class, and it was nice that she showed it today. Jose did a great job too.
What did you learn from this performance moving forward for the rest of the year?
I mean, I think they wanted to see if she was worth keeping in training or not. But off of that, you'd have to say she is. But she's a graded stake winner now too, and it's fantastic. Hopefully, maybe she can build on it.
And a graded stakes winner, Keeneland. Well done, Brendan.
Exactly, that's always nice.
Gin Gin winning for Calumet, taking the Baird Double Dog Dare.
Thank you, Scott. Keeneland's 10th and final race upcoming. No carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. The turf is firm, rail at 0 feet. Scratch the 8 Lottery. Also scratch number 12, Venomous Vixen. Scratch the 15, Fair Plaisir. And scratch the 16, Choate. A reminder, the jockey for the 5, Freak City Angel Serpa. 5, Freak City Angel Serpa, the jockey. 13 draws in, twirling good time. The 14 also draws in quietly. Jockeys as programmed.
Final race of the afternoon, race number 10, less than 13 minutes to post. It is the $1 Toyota Super High Five event for the afternoon. Also, exacta, trifecta, superfecta wagering available here for Keeneland's 10th and final. Another big field to sort through. The 13 and 14 both draw into the race with the scratches from the main body of the field. Mystifying, the number 2 horse for the Phipps stable, and trainer Shug McGahee, 5-2 right now. Second choice, was just favored a second ago, but here's a filly by Curlin out of the Go Sapper First Dam Puzzling, who was stakes placed. Big family here, a family of a lot of success. 6 winners from the First Dam Puzzling. This horse part of that success, a winner on debut at Gulfstream going back to January of last year, sprinting on dirt, and she's come back since. A few times since that maiden score, but her last race was 7 months ago at Saratoga, and I thought it was her best effort, running a mile and a 16th on the turf up there at the spa. She made the lead, just got collared late, her first time going 2 turns. So she comes into this race plenty fresh, comes out of that live race at Saratoga, albeit 7 months ago. So I think that she'll be ready to roll here today as Jose Ortiz looks to sweep the late daily double. The number 7 horse, that is Aspen Dawn for trainer Mark Cassie, as she comes off of about a 2-month gap between races, last seen on the synthetic at Gulfstream Park, finishing 3rd, but she'd been consistent in her previous starts on the turf down at Gulfstream. She'll try to run on late. That's typically been her style. She's obviously, where she's positioned depends on the pace. Fast pace should be further back. Slow pace, she'll be sitting closer, as any horse tends to be in that scenario when it comes to pace and race shape. But Aspen Dawn at 9-1, Johnny Velasquez gets the opportunity to ride this filly here today. She was a maiden winner in August at Colonial, coming from way out of it, even with the slow pace. So Aspen Dawn, she's my second selection here in the nightcap. And the 11 horse, Unreasonable, she's 6-1, daughter of No Nay Never. Lasix for the first time. This will be her U.S. debut. She ran in some pretty stiff competition in her last few starts in the fall and summer of last year. Group 3 competition at the Curragh and Gowran Park over in Ireland. So the U.S. debut comes here today for Unreasonable, and see what she's got for Christophe Clement, who strikes well with first-time U.S. runners, 13% success rate for horses that fit under that category. 11 minutes away from the Toyota Super High Five race here at Keeneland.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 10th and final race, the Glen Oak, an allowance for fillies and mares age 4 and up, a mile and a 16th over the firm turf rail at 0 feet today. No carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. Scratch the 8 Lottery. Also scratch the 12 Venomous Vixen. Scratch the 15 Fair Plaisir, and scratch 16 Choate. Jockey for the 5 Freak City will be Angel Serpa. Angel Serpa rides the 5. 13 and 14 both draw into the race, twirling good time and quietly, jockeys as programmed. Post time at 5 minutes.
Here's a look at the number 10 horse, Alamara, for Chad Brown and first row partners, Flavian Pratt in the saddle, a filly who has run 4 times over the course of the last few seasons, dating back to 2023 when she got her career underway in France. And she's yet to not finish in the top 3. She's finished in the top 3 in all 4 starts. She was a clocker pick from this morning on today at Keeneland for her work on the 12th of April in 48-2. She worked in company with stablemate Siempre Elegante, who ran in race number 5, ran an even race, did the stablemate. That was a 1.5 mile turf race for the stablemate. But the clocker's pointing towards this filly in that workout on the 12th of April. Certainly getting a lot of attention here, and she's run 2 good races since arriving in the United States. Good luck in the 10th and final. Don't forget about the $1 Toyota Super High 5 wager.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 10th and final race, the Glen Oak. Moving into line, race 10. Egyptian Candy comes forward. El McGeeth. Alamara. Freak City. Unreasonable. Expensive Queen and Twirling Good Time. Quietly, the last one comes forward. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. There goes Moshiro from the inside, Mystifying, and then Candy Bar in the opening strides as well with El McGeeth and Twirling Good Time in fifth. Up on the far outside, Moshiro is the early leader. Mystifying will travel in second, a length and a half off the lead, joined by El McGeeth, who moves up from third to take second around the outside into the first turn. Twirling Good Time, a lane off the rail, is fourth. Candy Bar will hug the rail, save ground in fifth. Alamara, a lane off the rail, is sixth, right toward the center of the pack, 7 lengths off the early lead. Expensive Queen is in the seventh position, down to the inside. Unreasonable alongside her is in eighth. Aspen Dawn is in ninth. Quietly is in 10th. Egyptian Candy 11th. Freak City is last of the 12, 22.82 seconds. The time for the opening quarter. Moshiro, the leader, midpoint of the backstretch. El McGeeth, a length off the lead, in second by a length. Mystifying is in third by 3/4 of a length as they head for the far turn. Twirling Good Time is fourth on the outside. Candy Bar, then Alamara, who's toward the outside, still 5 lengths from the front. 47.66 seconds. The time for the opening half mile. Moshiro, El McGeeth, 1-2, separated by less than 1 length. Mystifying is right there to the inside, saving ground again on the turn in third position, 3/4 of a length. Twirling Good Time, Unreasonable, and Twirling Good Time have to angle wide to the top of the stretch. They move up within 3 lengths of the lead. Moshiro has the lead. El McGeeth, Twirling Good Time, Unreasonable far outside. Mystifying, looking for running room in fifth, trying to squeeze through an opening. Alamara is coming down the outside. Candy Bar has room as well. Here's Alamara moving on the far outside for a narrow lead. Candy Bar Mystifying to the inside. Expensive Queen is coming late. She's third. Alamara, Mystifying, Expensive Queen trying to catch them. Here's the wire. Expensive Queen rallies up in time to win it. Luis Saez, 3 wins on the day.
What a stretch run here in the nightcap. The number 2 horse, Mystifying. Kurt picks it up. She's looking for some room. She gets it. She digs in. She runs a giant race in the Phipps Silks down on the inside. The chestnut daughter of Curlin. The 10 then gets the lead as she crosses over into the path perhaps of the 11 horse. But then here comes Expensive Queen late onto the scene to pull off the victory in the nightcap.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 10th and final race. Number 6, Expensive Queen, was first. Number 2, Mystifying, was second. Number 10, Alamara, third. Number 3, Candy Bar, fourth. And number 11, Unreasonable, fifth. 6, 2, 10, 3, 11, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 10th and final race, the Glen Oak, the unofficial winner, number 6, Expensive Queen, owned by the Farfellow Farms Limited of Kip Nelman, trained by Brendan Walsh. Luis Saez is the winning jockey. Back-to-back wins to close the card for trainer Brendan Walsh. 3 wins total on the day for Luis Saez. Expensive Queen, a 4-year-old filly by Lope de Vega out of Witch's Brew, by Duke of Marmalade, bred in Ireland by Fermoir Limited. The mile and a 16th over the firm turf, 1 minute 42.54 seconds. In the winner's circle, the Glen Oak Trophy presentation to the connections of Expensive Queen. Race 10, results official. 6, 2, 10, 3, 11, the official results. Five of 6 on the pick 6 today, with a carryover for tomorrow's card of $82,000. Late pick 5 pays on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. No carryover for the Toyota Super High 5, but again an $82,000 pick 6 carryover. Live racing resumes here at Keeneland tomorrow, 1 p.m. Eastern. The sports bar and the mezzanine bar remain open for simulcasting for another 10 minutes. You may advance wager any races occurring after that time. For now, on behalf of Keeneland, thank you and good evening.